Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, April the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, I'm just getting rolling in YouTube. So KZ Ray J, I'm back. I'm here. Now, guys, I'm probably gonna have to leave in about 10 minutes. I hope to be back for the 9:30 open, though. Okay. So what is happening so far this morning? So yeah, William, you mentioned Goldman Sachs. So yeah, just like that, earnings season on us. Yeah, Goldman Sachs. You said they were beat by what, 5%? Earnings climbed 19%, et cetera, et cetera. However, stock is down 4% right now. And what's the next low looking for Goldman Sachs? $850. So there's still about $20 to that low. So RCT, let's take a look at some of the positive ones so far this morning. RCT signs a 5-year licensing agreement with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with a, let's see, up to $30 million contract over 5 years. So there's RCT, 9.5 million in the float. Not crazy low, but not high, obviously. And RECT, they secured over $10 million in second half rental sales contract orders. Another low float, China stock. Sorry, Singapore. Sorry, Singapore. Thank you, Pepe, by the way. So RECT and RCT, a couple of big movers so far this morning. ALLO, ALLO, is moving because there's gain on interim data from lymphoma treatment trial. Okay, so that is there. So good PR for that one. Now the big one this morning. My goodness, where are you? RVMD guys. So William, what do you think about this one? RVMD. RVMD. Actually, when I saw this, I thought it was a bio. But no, this late stage pancreatic cancer treatment. So massive move. Look at the float, 172 million in the float, moved 39% of that float. So that is, well, let's hope, guys. RVMD, basically an all-time high right now. The other one, William, I don't know if you had a chance to look at this one. This is the sort of disaster du jour. REPL, second, what do I have written down here? Second FDA setback. Yeah, second FDA rejection of their melanoma drug stock downgraded, and that is REPL. Oof, terrible one. It's down 63%. And getting to it. I'm getting to SkyQ right here, SkyQ. Yeah, I mean, what a tremendous move from what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trading days ago. This was 248, 18, $19 now. A lot of volume, lot of volume. Monica, you mentioned 9 halts for extraordinary news. Well, you just got 9 halts for extraordinary news. Okay, let me see if I got it. So you must have, are these stocks that are trading less than 20,000 shares? They must be. I'm not getting anything. And that's my filter, 20,000 shares minimum. Well, Faith, I'm sure it'd be great to hear your voice too if I could hear your voice. And as always, Ken and Starkey and Ozzy. How about saying it Ozzy instead of Ozzy? Okay, now I'm going to bring this one up. I don't like this one. JDZG, probably. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I thought it was I thought this was a more expensive one. I thought the spread was going to be crazy, but it isn't really. JDCG up 36%. China stock. Oh, splits. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Monica. All right, guys. What else? RVMD. Well, we talked about that one. Children's Place. Is this an, oh, actually, this is an earnings play, but it's a cheap earnings play. No, um, I don't short stocks under five typically. Even if I thought they were going to go down, well, if I thought it was going to go down, and I'd probably take a flyer at it. But I typically don't look at stocks under $5 to short. Maybe we're going to bounce, but this is a an earnings play, children's place, PLCE, down 20%. Just read an article this morning. Fertility rate, probably in North America, but I'm going to say it was out of the States, way down. So maybe not as many children out there. UCAR, UCAR. See, well, this was a big one last week. A couple of big days. 284 would be the big. I'm going to put a price alert at 284 just in case it gains some traction later on today, maybe sometime this week, because it's got a ton of room if it does. Show all. Hmm. Give me one moment, guys. Hmm. Give me one moment. I just want to load. I must have deleted that accidentally. Oops. All right, guys, you're going to take a quick look at the sectors, and if you're, well, not of course, but most of them are down. 84% of the sectors that we're following in this sector list are down. Market is well, it's trying to recover a little bit. The SPY is trying to. We had a low down here at 674, so trying to recover a little bit. And so the as would be expected, XLE and OIH are leading the charge. Okay, XLE, the energy sectors. And what's the worst? Silver getting thumped this morning. SLV getting thumped this morning. How the other ones do, William? The what else? The city and maybe I don't have them. I don't have them listed. There must be. They're outside the price range that I normally look at. Here's one, guys. That is getting not down a lot, but this is an earnings play. Pretty fairly popular company. We've seen this one quite a bit. Fast. The other banks are tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Interesting that Goldman went on its own. I did not know. I did not know that this week was the start actually. But here's Fastenal, guys. FAST fast, and it is down not much, holding the VWAP. This is an earnings play. Only 6,000 shares. Just give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys. So I do have to take off for a bit. I should be back for the 9:30 open. Okay. So just give me. I'm just gonna put my announcement up here. Okay, guys. So I'm still here. But I do have to take off momentarily. Yeah, what a multi-day run is right for the SKYQ. I thought about that one, a few days ago. Well, maybe just take a few, just hold it. But I obviously I did not. What else is happening here? The trade of the week is Mara. Trade of the week is Mara, and the trigger is $10, I believe. Yeah, so the trigger is $10. Okay. If you have subscribed to the trade of the week, which is free, you get it before the market opens every Monday morning, like Mara. You get an email. It'll indicate where the suggested entry is and where a suggested stop is. And the trigger is 10, which makes sense. I can see that. You've got a high here of 10:02. You've got a high over here at 10:03. I'd probably wait just to get those two taken out. See if that and look at the monthly chart. I mean, the monthly chart, those are the same highs, I believe. Yeah. So you can see if it can take out 10, yeah, on the monthly chart, it has some room. Did I mention Allo, ALLO? Yeah, I did mention this one. All right, guys, just get this rearranged. Okay, so I don't think I mentioned this one, ALMU, and trading higher after the company announced it secured more than $4 million in contracts from the U.S. government, et cetera. So there was a press release about this one. Okay, guys. So I am going to take off now. What is it? 9:15. Should be back for 9:30. Okay. I'm back. A little late, sorry about that, but here I am. Okay, so let me get rid of these two things. Give me one moment, guys. I made one mistake in my. All right, so let's see. LWLG had a little pop, a drop. Lunar, guys, LUNR, just having a well, doing its thing. Lunar, the high on the Friday was well, it's right there. High Friday was 24.22, so we're almost there. The next high on Thursday was 24.43, so there's a little bit to get through. Ooh, for you people looking for the really cheap ones, RMSG. Look at that volume, 120. I don't think I saw this in the pre-market at all. RMSG just got halted. Just got halted. Good morning in our YouTube room, Steph. RMSG guys just got halted and low float. Way at 1 point. Look at the volume already. I don't think I really saw this one in the pre-market. So here's the two-time ETF for NBIS guys, making a little bit of a move here. NBIL. Okay, market. Okay, well, look, the market's having a nice comeback from the lows in the pre-market. 674 got up to 677. We're still down a couple of points when I talk about the market. Of course, I'm talking about the SPY, but yeah, so at least it's having a bit of a rally. How did your Goldman Sachs work out, William? Little bit of a pop off the bottom here. I think you said you were going to take it at 840. Got down to 840. Oh, the nukes, guys. The nukes just cannot get any traction now. Okay, hello. Yeah, what a $193 not that long ago. We're talking about well, October of last year, $193, $33 now. Hey guys, I didn't see this one in the pre-market either. Sorry, OPTX, making a decent little move right now. Low float, 6.2 million in the float. Don't see any news on this one, but it is making a bit of a move, OPTX, and it's a lifetime high. For $11 stock to be a lifetime high, but that's what we've got anyway, a lifetime high for OPTX. Hey guys, the RECT, which has some news, and it's hanging around the $2 level, just over the VWAP right now. That purple line on my chart, just over the VWAP. Still maintaining the big gain it had. Got some halts, eras, halted on the way down. RMSG halted on the way up, still halted. No big clue as to where it's going to open. I'm going to show this screen right here or this window. This is from time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? So time and sales is going with the halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is RMSG. I'm trying to tell you where it could open. No big clue, though. Usually they are 5-minute halt. 5-minute halt. It's going to open at basically a penny after 1 second after 9:38, which is less than 30 seconds from now. If it's a 5-minute halt, which they typically are. General Mills, guys, not an earnings play, but it's getting hit here. General Mills is getting hit a little bit here. Only down 1.7%, but it's starting to fall somewhat. All-time low. Wow. GIS, all-time low. When did they start? They are got to be in the 18s. 1928. I thought it might have been older than that. Old company, almost 100 years old. All-time low now for GIS. I guess RMSG just opened, guys. No big pop, not a big pop. Did get up to 125. Okay, this is turning into something I might look at. Next high is 177 on the weekly chart. No, on the weekly chart. You know what? It's got some room. 125 takes out 125, 168. I have to put a price limit on 125. It got up to that level. When it got right to 125, and that's where it stopped. Let me put a price limit on 126 and just see if it takes that out with a blast. Well, I'll tell you what to trade, Steph. When you say a live trade, I'm just telling right now, RMSD is I'm interested in it. See what it does if it gets over 125. And I'm not going to. I don't. This you're in the. I'm not going to tell anybody what to buy or sell. Just looking at opportunities. You can kind of see with the RMSG. That's where you got it to the high of a few weeks ago, which is 125, and that's where it stalled. And if we can take that out, though, the next high is around 172 on the weekly chart. So there would be room. Campbell Soup, CPB, another, like, guys, GIS, General Mills, and Campbell's company now, Campbell Soup, all time lows now, CPB and GIS. Checking out the SPY now, guys. Let's see, we had a nice little run. There's the VWAP right there for the SPY. Let's see if we can hold that. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. 133 million shares have traded already. Float turnover. This might turn into a record, guys. 103 ratio of 103. The float is turned over. You can have by dividing the float into the volume, and that right now is about 104 times already. Wow, SkyQ, real. I hope you got out of anybody who was in it. Hope you got out of it. That really took a header. A lot of profit taking, obviously. High of $21, 17 now. What is the RVMD doing? Hanging in there, guys. So big late stage success on their pancreatic drug. So it still is still up here. It got into the VWAP, held so far, RVMD, all-time high. Ah, talked about the OPTX a little earlier when it was on 1140. Shoot, it is running now. And yeah, OPTX running and it's an all-time high. Just out on that one. All right, now this one, not a low float, 15 million in the float. I mean, it's on high, of course, but it's certainly not one of the crazy low ones. But had some news. This is ALMU. The company announced it secured a $4 million contract from the U.S. government. The 200-day moving average is up here, 1677, so that's not blocking. That's not going to block it anytime soon. 1531 looks, yeah, 1531 looks like the next high looking left, so has some room to keep moving. Looking at Sentinel here, guys. S had the big down day on Friday. 1290 is the next high, so there is some room if it wants to hold here. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume already. Big float, 318 million in the float. Boy, strange little one. The Beasley, the Beasley Broadcast Group, BBGI, had earnings a few days ago, and it's just been a tremendous continuation. And on the monthly chart, 26. We're on the same on the weekly chart. I mean, it's got room. I don't like the spread, 1425, 1450, but I mean, it certainly has had a great continuation from its earnings day, almost like basically a triple, or quite a triple. Just out on the ALMU. This is from our AI also, guys. From our AI, ALMU. The alert was at 1458 before it pulled back at all. Tacked on a dollar. Yeah, it didn't really pop off the halt, RMSG. What's the volume of that? 1,000 times normal, guys. 1,000 times normal in terms of the relative volume. That is a ratio. Did not know this got halted. RCT got halted. This had some news in the pre-market. $5 million contract, RCT. Okay, on the weekly chart, the next high is 158 or so. What did it get to today? Got to 138. Let's see if it can hold the VWAP. Okay, that purple line right there, that is the VWAP. Let's see if I can hold it. Okay, now OPTX has come back, maybe a little, almost got into the VWAP, but not exactly. The VWAP is around 11, yeah. So let's see if it gets even closer. Maybe on a pullback. All right, let's take a look at the Sky Q now. Okay, see how much. I know it pulled back quite a bit. Did it pull back into the VWAP? No, it got underneath the VWAP. So this is a pullback underneath the VWAP quite a bit. Well, let's put a price alert around the VWAP and see if later on we can take it out. Maybe get rolling again. Still up 36%. Ooh, look at the market. Ooh, look at the market. Come on. Wow. Big 948. I don't think there's anything on the economic calendar today that we just do a quick check though. At 10 o'clock, we have existing home sales. Okay. That's about it. But something's popping the market a bit. Yeah, something is really popping the market. A moment. All right, just looking at keeping an eye on the SPY here, guys. We might even go positive. Dow was down 200, but the SPY is almost back to neutral. I did. Well, shares of Bitcoin are popping. Okay, well, Bitcoin, I should say. Bitcoin is popping. Here's IBIT making a move here, guys, along with the market. Basically the same as the market move. Well, boy, this got some room, doesn't it? FSLY has a lot of room. 3029 is a disaster day on Friday. Isn't it? It's not an earnings play that I can see here anyway. Disaster day on Friday. But now, when you look at it in a different light, has a lot of room to 30. I think it's going to get there, of course, but it kind of held the VWAP right here. Yeah, don't lose sight of this RMSG, guys. I mean, if it takes out 125, it could go on another roll here because it's got a lot of room on the weekly chart. We just put a price alert. It may not happen. I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. I'm just going to put a price alert up in that area. If it takes it out, possibility, I will jump on it. Too late. Thumping the desk. We're going to take the OPTX at 1150, and I just get back into the original alert price. I got distracted just for about 2 seconds. But the other AI, guys, that was an opportunity to take it if you miss it the first time. Like I was trying to take it the second time, and it's actually done more than it did the first time. So I don't know. This is a pattern. It seems to be. I mean, we've got ACI, food company, CPB, a food company, GIS, a food company, and they're all not looking good. Okay, well, now listen, we've had the pullback now for ALMU. Okay, we've had a pullback now. Let's get, get even a little closer to the VWAP and have that at that support. Might be too much to ask to get all the way back into the VWAP. That'd be another 60% or 60-cent drop or so. So okay, light path, LPTH, next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1521. So there's room there. Okay. Don't like the spread, 1393, 1405. Not a great spread, but see if we can hold over 14. Okay, the RMSG is go over this race right here, guys, in a bit. Oracle, well, boy, Oracle is up probably at least 4.5% approximately. The stock itself. This is a two-time ETF for it, plenty of volume, and this is ORCX. The next high, wow, 2790 for this ETF. Okay, the two-time ETF for Oracle or ORCL. It's a big move for Oracle, which is going to be up at least, well, around 4.5%. Yeah, 4.5% right here. So that's a big move. RCT not tradable at what? Interactive Brokers, FALA. You mean it's one of those ones they're denying us? came out of a halt. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Allo. ALLO. What is it doing? It's coming into the VWAP. Okay. There are actually shorts available for me on this one. So, I mean, if the VWAP holds it, X has resistance on the way up. I might take a short on it, but it's hanging right around the VWAP area. It's a very strong stock. You know, I don't usually short stocks underneath five also, but it's a very strong stock too, though, up 56%. Boy, SailPoint's got some room, guys. SAIL has got some room. The next high looking left, it's above Friday's high. When you look left, 1221. So there is room for this one if it wants to keep moving. Recognized as a 2026 Gartner Peer Insights Customer's Choice. That's your news for today, whatever that means. But okay, some kind of a survey, obviously. So let's see how well it holds over 11. Okay. Hey guys, let's see if this one has any legs in it. Okay. I want to see total over 11, not badly. Ooh, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am back again. So the sale, well, it's holding 1110 so far. Want to see if it can make a little bit of a bounce with that 11 mark. Float is 56 million, so it's not low, not high. And our SPY went mildly positive now, mildly positive. Okay. Basic talk. Let's call it flat from Friday's close. Okay, guys, it's 10:02 now, so I'm going to go over my homepage right now. All the information you can find on it. Price alert up here. Maybe I can boost it just a little bit higher. Not going to be a rocket ship, but certainly has some room if it wants to keep moving. And the market is, if the market is helping it, probably helping it a little bit. Give me a minute. Okay, guys, I'm putting in my homepage link. All right. Well, a little bit of a move for me for the sale. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see at the very top a way in which you can take out a subscription to trade ideas. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a trade idea subscription. And that applies to both our standard and our premium services. Okay. We've got the two plans. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the trading room. So if you're sitting in YouTube, wonder what I'm talking about, there's another room called the trading room. It's free also. A lot more interaction amongst other traders in this room if you're looking for that. A couple other things though. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. But Obi opens it up at 6:45. So if you're looking to interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock, and I usually go sometime between or leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there's some questions, but even when I leave, William in this room, the trading room, usually keeps the room open after I leave. Now we're getting into earnings season, so my guess is that he's going to keep it open till at least 11:30 today, maybe between 11:30 and 11:45, 11, 3:30 and 3:45. It's like in my time, and so he'll let us know though. Okay, so on a big day, this room is usually open from 6:45 to say 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Now, keep scrolling down and you can get the trade of the week. It is free. Trade of the week is delivered to you via email about an hour before the market opens on Monday morning. Okay. Well, before the market opens, I'm not sure what time, but before the market opens on Monday morning. One moment. Okay, so if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, might be there. Next, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're wondering about taking out a subscription, click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, get to that education section, click on the more info, and you'll see we've got a section called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. So if you're just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory. But if you're looking, if you're wondering, is this a good fit for you? Well, you can start off on that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You can always unsubscribe, okay? Monthly subscriptions are just month to month, so you can unsubscribe at any time if you don't feel it's the right fit. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. We have there are 50 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. See, it was starting to work a little bit more for me. And last, if you're looking for some of my scans, top list windows, races, etc. Okay, so you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here. This is all this. This is the information that I'm currently sharing. So right over here, this is a large cap race, is right here. This is a more volatile race. Both are races, but with different filters in place. This race will show you some very volatile type stocks. This is more of a steady, well, large cap. Upside versus downside movers is here. Halts resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down to find, well, the ones that are moving up and down. I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scan. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running right now. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me, okay? If I can't answer right away, I'll let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I probably can't answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Boy, Oracle's having a day, guys. This ORC, again, this is ORCX. This is a two-time ETF designed for Oracle. So when Oracle is up 5.5%, the stock, this will be up 11%. But remember, if Oracle drops 1%, this will drop 2%. So you understand what's happening here. Plenty of volume, 1.3. So it definitely is, and obviously it's a cheaper way, just a cheaper way to get involved in some of these more high-priced stocks, as long as you know the risk. Okay, let's take a look at this race right here, okay, the concept of racing. Before I do that, though, I want to show you in our guide, it's a great reference for everything I'm going to be talking about. So if you click on my homepage link and then go down, I'm going to expand this just a little bit, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide, the Trade Ideas user guide. Click on that, and you'll see there's a whole section devoted to TI stock racing, okay? So what I'm going to talk about, you can, I don't expect people to remember everything I'm going to say, so here is your reference, the great section on TI stock racing. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, this is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. What is this number? Ooh, glad it's up here. So what did that number mean? The RMSG, it was at the top here, was leading the race. But what does that mean? That means that since the race started, I'm running a 4-minute race. So not quite 2 minutes into this race, at the very top, you're going to see the stocks that are leading the race. So OMAX is now up 3.4% since the race started, almost 2 minutes ago. The RMSG is up 2.7. These are not big dollar moves, but these are the percentage moves since the race started, okay? And of course, at the end of the race, there'll be a winner. And what happens is automatically created for you is a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that RECT has won 10 races. RMSG has won 6 races, etc. This is automatically created for you. Now, I'm running my race starting when I load trade ideas, okay? And I'm loading trade ideas before 9:30. So this also reflects what's happened in the pre-market. So you don't, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over and for you to click on a symbol. You know, if you see a stock that's leading a race and it's you click on it, see what's happening. It may be setting up for you right now for your style of trading. You know, OMEX, well, the high yesterday or Friday was 105, so it's sort of there. 112, you can kind of see. I mean, this was an earnings play. It's hammered down. I mean, you can kind of see that if it can take out 112 today or maybe sometime this week, I mean, it's got a tremendous. When you look left, it's got a lot of room. And there's the 200-day moving average, which is far enough away. Also, I'm not saying if it takes this out, it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. If you get some bottom fishers, you know, people looking at stocks near the bottom after they got beaten up. So you see, but what I would do also, I would click on any stock you see in here. Okay, it doesn't have to be at the top. Let's take a look at Xanadu. X XNDU and wow, what's the room? 1122. Something. Look at the room it's got. Again, all I do is I look left. I just want to see how much room a stock has got to run until it hits the next high on a daily chart. You know, I don't want to take something, for instance, the next high on the daily chart was 1050. I'm not interested. I have to take out 1050 before I get interested. Now, this is a fairly new IPO. I did IPO'd 3 weeks ago. So, you know, it makes it interesting. To me, anyway, it just makes it interesting. Now, the other thing is that if a stock has won a race, click on it. You know, see what's happening. Until you click on the symbol, you have no idea what you're going to see. BFRG, no, it could have been coming back into the VWAP, right? It could have been pulling back into the VWAP and holding. It's underneath, but you don't know, of course, until you click on the symbol to see what is happening. What I like about this, especially if you're kind of new, is that it creates this top 10 list for you of stocks that you can concentrate all day long. So instead of jumping around, you can just sort of focus on 10 stocks. You know, and if a stock has won 10 races or 6 races, you know, these are stocks that are going to be followed all day long. Now, by following doesn't mean you just take the trade, but I mean, you know, look at the RECT is, I mean, the problem with it, you can see what it did. It got right to the 200-day moving average, which is around 280. That's what happened. It stalled it right there. Okay, so that is the concept of racing. Okay, you see these stocks, but why are they showing up here? Why are there different stocks in these two races? Again, this is a less volatile race. Notice that the percentage moves are generally not as big. Well, in this race right here, this large cap race, generally you're not even going to see a stock that has moved 1%. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that they're less volatile. These can be way more volatile. You know, great when you're on the right side and you're in a stock that's volatile, moving up. Great, but boy, when all of a sudden the buying stops, they can sink very quickly. So again, much more volatile. Look at the ALMU. Wow, did not pull back and did not pull back that much, did it? Well, it got sort of into the VWAP area, but so MNTS, I must have put a price alert last week on it. I didn't do it today. So, well, you really have to take out 414 though also. I guess what I did was I probably said, okay, show me if it takes out 4. So why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special in this list? And what makes these ones special in this list? Well, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click in the, well, yeah, I right click in this window, I can open the top list, okay? And these are the stocks that make up this race. And why are these stocks here? Well, if I right click in this top list window, click on configure, and click on the summary. This is what I'm looking for. If the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded at least and up 2% from yesterday's close, it's going to show up in this list of stocks, okay? And if I right click on the top list window, launch real-time stock race. So hopefully it's starting to make sense. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and launch a race based on that. Now, what a top list window was used for, and it can still be used in this fashion, but you can still use a top list window like this. Show me the stocks that are up the most today, as an example. So as long as I have a column header, which I do, change from the close, which is Friday's close, I can sort on it. Double left click on that column header, and RMSG is up 137% from Friday's close. RACT 95%, etc., all the way down this list. You can sort on any column header you have. So if I want to click on the change from the open, in other words, what stock has moved the most from its opening trade of the day, RACT has moved 24%. Okay, it's up 93% from the Friday close, but from its opening trade of the day, it's up 26%. So you can sort on any column header you might have. But here's the beauty of the race. It's all well and good to see the stocks that are up the most, and just because a stock is up 137% doesn't mean it can't be up at the end of the day 200%. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to be, but the RMSG, we've been watching it. If it takes out that 125, it could go on another roll. But what the race does, the race doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is when the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks, moving the most percentage-wise. Now, you will probably see over the course of the day the same stocks near the leaderboard that are up, that have moved the most since the previous day's close. Why? Well, because people are watching them all day long. They're super, super active. So those, obviously people are just going to be, following these stocks, maybe trading them. So, you're going to get them. But what if Gemi's been a pretty popular one? Gemi, GEMI, it's up 5% right now, right? What if all of a sudden the buying came in and it was up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks? How would you know that? Obviously you wouldn't know that. So that's what the race does. Again, the race doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is that when the race started, what's moving the most. That's all it cares about. So it's great. Now, also, when you're seeing something here, it doesn't mean the stock is at the high of the day. It could be in a pullback situation. It could have been. You don't know until you click on the stock. Let's take a look at Alm as an example. Not a pullback situation. ALM is continuing to move here, but you don't know until you click on the stock. This Alm could have pulled back into the VWAP or maybe a moving average that you like, and then started to pop. It does. So in other words, the stock doesn't have to be near the high of the day for it to be leading a race. All it has to do just could be anywhere, as long as it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. And it could be starting to make another move. So it's good for pullbacks. Also, take a look at Fuse. Let's see what it's doing. It's kind of choppy, but you can see what it did. It pulled back into the VWAP. and maybe it's going to make a move over too and continue. You don't know. Well, right. Look at Sentinel, guys. I thought about taking the Sentinel. I did not. Yes, I know I mentioned it. Did not take it. Still in the sale. Now, what you can also do, and you can run a race based on your favorite stocks. So you may have a basket of stocks that you really like to trade every single day. Maybe, make sure it's not like two stocks, 15, 20, 30 stocks. Maybe that's a basket of stocks that you want to look at every single day. You can do that. You can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list. Give me one moment. All right, guys. Well, are we going to run from here now? The RMSG, it hit the 125. It hit it. It's pulled back a little bit. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just watching. Want to see if reset that price alert and see if it takes it out for the second time. You can see. I mean, there's the move. Look at that, 16% move since the race started 2 minutes ago. Right at the top of the leaderboard. You can't miss it. It's so close. It's so close, guys. I mean, it's I mean, I just have to keep watching because I mean, it could explode right through that 126. It's look at that, 185 million shares. This may be we may get the float since we've been tracking this for several years now. We may get the a record for us in terms of float turnover, 143 times now. That's a ratio. I, you can see. I mean, it's butting its head right against that weekly high. Okay, that weekly high is 126 or 125. It's butting its head right against that weekly high. Sorry, guys, I have to watch this because I mean, I have a it may just explode right through, or it may not. I mean, I'm not anticipating it's going to. I'm waiting for see if it takes out again. It's just struggling to get through that little weekly high. All right, Sail is working nicely for me now, guys. SAIL, not a rocket ship, this like this one could be, but it's a steady one so far. SAIL. Let me try to keep continuing here. What I'm doing is I'm just watching time and sales, okay, and that's all I'm doing. My other monitor, see how rapidly it's trading. And of course, the bid ask. So you can create what we call a watch list, a symbol list, and put those basket of stocks you want to follow all day long. It might be the same group of stocks. Maybe you've got a special group of stocks you like to follow, or it could be a different one every night or every day. Maybe you do some evening work once the market closes, and you say, you know what, I want to watch these stocks tomorrow. And you create a symbol list for those, and you can launch the race on it. Boy, Sale is now actually not just not a rocket ship exactly, but it certainly is a nice little trade so far, guys. So understand, I don't tell people what to buy or sell. I'm just pointing out what I like to see, and if I say something like, "Well, let's see how it goes." Or this is it's still butting its head against that 126, the RMSG. All right, guys. Well, let's see. As long as it holds 120 for me, RMSG. The only thing I don't like about it, a little bit extended when I look at the wave here, TI wave. Okay, induce it upwards a little bit. If it gets into the 140s, I'd be reasonably happy. There's sale right, and that's not where I saw it, but there's sale right at the top here. And these are pretty big moves in this particular race. Anything over 1% is a very big move. Okay, guys, let me go over this race now. Okay, I want to show you the big difference between this race, the large cap race, and this, which is a wide open race. And I'll show you what the difference is. I right click on it and open this top list. Actually, I'm surprised, but there are a lot of stocks in here. Usually, you might only get 4 or 5 stocks. Very interesting. Very interesting. It's not as extensive as this list, but it is still a lot bigger than we normally get. You know what, guys? I'm bailing on the sale. On the RMSG. I shouldn't probably. It may. I'm basically flattened on that one. But I'm not in love with it. I was hoping it would get into the 140s by now. So let me. I'll put a price alert up here. So why are there less stocks in here? If I right click and click on configure, I've got a few filters in here that's preventing as many stocks to show up in here as there are in here. So I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. The current volume has to be at least 1.1. In other words, has to be trading at least normally. Okay, 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these are the key ones. So the position in the day's range has to be near the highs of the day. Okay, but if position in day's range, if I put 100 in that min, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95, it's a percent. Okay, so at 95, it means it's very close to the high of the day. Float has to be at least 50 million, and the market cap has to be at least 500 million. Okay, so that is why there are just not as many stocks in this list as there are in here. But I have to say, Normally, over the last several weeks, only getting maybe three or four, maybe 10 max stocks. Now, this is a dynamic list. So what I mean by that is that this is not just a list for the day. Stocks will come in and out of this list, just like they will in this list too. You know, stocks meet the filter requirements and we get added to the list, and maybe they don't meet the requirements. So, for instance, a stock it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Maybe it just sneaks in and it's up 2%. Because remember, these are the filters. They're what we call ands. So the stock has to be between 10 and $70, and every filter has to be satisfied. So maybe a stock is sneaking in near the high of the day, but then it drops. So that's why stocks can come in and out of this list all day long. So it's just not as volatile a list. You're not going to see generally speaking, giant moves up and giant moves down. Generally speaking. Okay, guys, the RVMD is starting to fade a bit. This is yeah, wow, quite a bit now. It's underneath the VWAP, okay, underneath the VWAP, and it's starting to fade a bit. It is a pancreatic cancer drug and trial double survival rate versus chemo. It's a phase three, an all-time high. All right, so I see the market is yeah. So the market is still mildly positive. The Dow is still down. Qs are. Does this happen with you guys also? The Qs get truncated. Can you see what I'm pointing at right here? See the SPY is up by 0.25. The Dow is down 185, 88.95. The Q, I mean, I'm sure there's another decimal after this. I cannot seem to get it. I just want to, before I contact our devs, I want to make sure that's the thing for everybody. Maybe I have to make this bigger, which I don't want to, but yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's on me. I just don't want to make it big like this. Okay, it's not a big deal to me, but just a little bit. The only way to do it is to increase your. No, there's no way to increase the font if you want it this size. Okay, you saw what I did. I mean, if you want, you can stretch this down. I just don't want to do that. I don't want it taking up that much screen space. And actually, doing that didn't really increase the font, did it? Okay, so there was no way. But what did I do here? Okay, I made it just a little bit bigger so now I can see. But the font, no, there's no way to, unless, unless, I don't think it's affected though. I mean, you can play around with this, but if you click on tools and then options, and you see where it says fonts down here, these are you can change the font, the font itself. Get it bold, and here's the size. I don't know if it affects this though. But he probably knows. It definitely will affect anything in your alert windows, like any of these. I don't know. I don't even think it affects top races, but changing the font will definitely affect your alert windows. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've not changed my font in years. Oh, so it will actually change this. So I mean, I think you're yeah. So it actually does change the font. Okay, there you go. So if you did want this big, but it's as Pepe says, it's gonna affect everything. You can't zero in on the toolbar and say just change this font. It's gonna change everything. Again, I haven't changed my font in I don't know. Well, I can't even remember when I basically kept the same font forever and size. Not, well, the style and size. Okay, guys. Well, obviously, I'm out of the sale. Um, obviously, but I'm out of the sale. It wasn't not a bad little run. I was waiting to see if it could take out that 50 cent level, the 11.50. May look at it later, though. I may look at it later if it gets back up to 11.43. Uh, see what it does around the VWAP. Glad I got out of the RMSG. Boy, are you kidding me? Because my alert was at around just over 4 for the MNTS. You're saying it may test 5? Yeah, well, I put a price alert. I know I put a price alert right in this area, but I just got distracted doing something else. All right, guys. Well, it is now 10:40, so not too many questions today. Let's take a look at FIG here. FIG. Well, it's got room, doesn't it? It's over that whole number, pulling back into that whole number of 19. The high on Friday was 1915. So let's see if we can take that out again. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert around the 1918 mark. Okay, so that'll mean it'll be above Friday's high. And then if we can do that, then the next high is a little over 20. So certainly some room. So, Michael, now the question to you is you're saying, okay, another instance where you've used a stop and the price recovered into what would have been a nice profit. Okay, so how many times does that happen? And if that's the case, then maybe your stop is too tight. But don't forget to also keep track of the ones that when you used your stop and it didn't recover, okay? But if it keeps happening over and over, Your stop might be too tight. Maybe you're taking too many shares. So you can stretch out your stop. Just like William is saying, make your stop a little wider, take fewer shares. Well, okay. Listen, Michael, if it's working for you, like a 5% stop, I don't do that. Okay, you're just using like a 5% stop, no matter what. I don't do that. But if it's kind of working for you and keep doing it, I don't base my stop on like a fixed percent or a fixed dollar amount. My stop is always based on what I see on a chart, where I think there's a support area, and if it broke down through that, I want to be out. But I'm not. I know there are people out there that just put, okay, I'm going to put a 2% stop every trade. It's just nothing I do, because it's not based on anything. I mean, it's not based on. I mean, again, I don't want to. I don't teach trading so much as perhaps just pass on some of the things that I do. I'm not. I would never try to say, and this is what you have to do. Never. These are the indicators you should use. Never. Yeah. Speaking of indicators, I hardly use any. But for instance, let's just take the sale as an example. Okay. Let's just say that sale kept moving down into the VWAP, just as one example. Okay. And the VWAP was holding. The VWAP was at around 1109 or so, and the VWAP was holding, and maybe it bounced up to 1115. So what I would be doing is say, okay, I'll take this trade at 1115, and I'll put my stop just underneath the VWAP. Okay, that's the sort of stuff. And it so has got no bearing on a percent or a dollar amount. It's based on where I think there could be some support. But if it broke through that, that's it. I'm not going to be in the trade anymore. So that's the VWAP. It could be a moving average. It could be a bunch of. It could be an area on the chart where I look at the bars and I think, oh, that looks like pretty good support. Arguably, it's a little more difficult when you're starting out, to sort of gauge, well, where is support. It's a lot easier just to say, well, 5% every trade, or 20 cents every trade. Yes, it's easier to do that, but it's not. It's really not based on anything, in my opinion. So Mara triggered. So the trigger for Mara was 10. How much over 10? So what I said was, you might want to wait for 10:02. I mean, you've got a couple of highs right there, 10:02 and 10:03. It's not going to kill you. Maybe a little bit above that, and because on the monthly, boy, that's great on the monthly if it takes that out, because then on the next high is around 11:58 on the monthly, which is probably, well, even on the weekly. So the next high on the weekly would be 1071, which is not too bad. Conagra is weak, guys. They name a new CEO. I don't know if you saw this one, William. Okay, so this is not, he's not being booted out necessarily, this guy who is the old CEO. He's leaving at the end of May. So it's not like this is an abrupt dismissal or anything like that. Been at the helm for 11 years. Well, maybe he's saying it's time for me to take off. And so this guy, John Braze, who was He was an executive at Schmuckers, but right now the market's not liking that. But also, I mean, this is the groceries, the retail sector is just getting hit. How's Campbell Soup doing? Yeah, still, all-time low. GIS, all-time low. Boy, I think we could have taken this short right around here. Wow. Is there a, I know I could look it up, but if somebody has it handy, is there sector ETF for the, I don't know what to call this, the grocery, a grocery ETF of some sort? Because they're just getting kicked. Yeah, Fast is, now are you watching Fast on for a bounce or just continue? This is an earnings play. There's a great, now this would be classic. I mean, in terms of placing a stop. So if you'd seen this Fast right here, okay, look, I was basing it. It's on a 2 minute chart, but even on a 5 minute chart, basing, and then all of a sudden had the drop right here. And it was just underneath the VWAP. You could have said, okay, I'm going to take this short right here, 47.79, and my stop is, just a little over 48, just a little over the VWAP or this area. And because if you take the short here and it bounces through, you want to be out of the trade. Remember, key to trading really is money management. You don't want to blow up your account. You want to have you want to get, if the trade isn't working for you, you want to get out. You don't want to just hope and pray that it comes back. I think this week I'll have to go over my money management again using our simulator, maybe later on today. So you're looking for a bounce on it. Well, okay. It is now 46.41. So it is, if it's going to bounce, this could be the bounce area because there is the low right there. So you could get a little bit of a bounce here. But if it takes out that 46.41, then underneath is 45.10. So, but you can see, I mean, it's trying to bounce a little bit off that daily low. Yeah, I don't know what sort of bounce you're going to get, but at least it did bounce off that daily low, 46.41. There's a 20-cent bounce, which you'd love to see if you're looking at this TI wave, is for somehow this wave to turn blue. Okay, have a little turn up. Let me take a look at it on a 1 minute chart. I doubt it, but you never know. At least it's curling up. Okay, and if that can turn blue, then you've got a little bit of a trend change going for you. Obviously it has it's still for a nice little bounce for you. Okay, one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Well, it's such a weak stock, Don. I mean, remember, it's an earnings play, so it's such a weak stock, and yeah, it bounced a little bit, but the market, I don't think it doesn't care what the market's doing. It's such a weak stock based on earnings. It had even if maybe if the market had been shooting down also for you, but Mark, but I'm sorry, moving a lot more, but I just think that to get even 30 cents out of that, I don't know what 20 cents out of that, not terrible. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything interesting happening? So BGC is just over the whole number. I love those stocks are just over the whole number, and because what? Why? Because if I really like this one, then I could put a stop. Well, there's the VWAP. I could put a stop right around the whole number. But do I like it enough to take it? Let's see. 79. It's not bad. It's not. I mean, it's not on this 2 minute wave. It's not terribly extended. It has, based a little bit right there around 11, 12 mark. Don't see any news on it, as in Jim Carrey. Okay, guys. It just, boy, Oracle. What a move for Oracle, guys. Now I swear I'm going to take one of these. Maybe tomorrow. I'll make a note at the bottom of my pad that I use for tomorrow. The sheet I use for tomorrow. In fact, I need a new pad. So take a two-time ETF. I see it early. I mean, Oracle, that's a massive move. Massive move. 8%. I mean, with 1.7 billion in the float, that is a big, big, big move. Big, big move. So the market is still, yeah, it's still, well, good. We'll call it good above Friday's close. REPL is halted. Yes, it is. REPL is halted. Well, it's interesting. It's bounced off the bottom. Yeah, our EPL is bouncing off the bottom at the second refusal of their drug by the FDA. But you know what? There's going to be people out there looking for bounce plays, and boy, did it ever. Our EPL got halted. If it's going to be a 5 minute halt, it'll open very soon. In fact, in 4 seconds. I'm sorry, yes, it'll open in 2 seconds. It just opened. They're 5 minute halts. Okay, you can see what happened. It halted at 10:52 plus 51 seconds. Opened right at 5 minutes. So it just opened. Now, how much of a bounce is going to be? I mean, it's remember it's you get a second rejection from the FDA of I think they have a melanoma drug or treatment, and yeah, I mean there are people out there just going to look for bounce plays. Some beaten up stock and just take a chance, and it's just a trade. But for all the reasons it got thumped down, they're still there. You know who's bouncing, guys? Is Sky Q. Okay, Sky Q, and I think it's just over 17. So just over 17. The problem right now, well, the VWAP is far enough away. If you thought this bounce was going to continue, this is 18 is the VWAP, certainly far enough away, such that if it stalled it, think about an REPL. I mean, I don't know how many. Well, let me just see out of curiosity. Yeah, actually, I did have shorts available, 700,000. Okay, guys, I'm not in the sale anymore, but I might head back in if it holds over say 1150 because it still has room. Well, I asked you about our EPL, and you didn't tell me anything about it, William. So that's not fair. You didn't hear me in the pre-market. I really have a tough time with that acronym, that AFK. I always have to pause. And go, what does that mean again? And I know I'll wait for now, but I mean it, it's the K because it's silent. No, it isn't. What am I thinking of? I don't even know. I know. What am I thinking of? No. Uh, I don't know. Okay, guys. Well, this market keeps lifting like this. Look at you know what? The RMSG is one of those ones that could have a late dayer. Okay, so I'm not giving up on this one completely. I've got a price alert up in this area. with that volume and the enthusiasm still, I mean, it's going to be wildly followed all day long. I mean, look at the volume, 164 times normal now, or the float turned over the float 164 times. Yeah, I said, what about our EPL? I said the disaster du jour is our EPL. Second refusal by the FDA for their drug. Surprised it's bounced like it has, to be honest. Is there specific news for Oracle today? Is it just well, it's coming into potential resistance right here, 151, call it 151. Okay, a little over that. 151.46. So it's got a little less than $2 to that. I wonder what the short version of this would be. In other words, if we finally think it's going to run out of steam here, what could we buy? What is the short version of it? Though there are shares available on this to short at Interactive Brokers. Boy, no bounce for GIS, guys. This is just all-time low. Every time it makes a new low, it's an all-time low. GIS. Your system keeps telling me to bid to buy the dip in SYR, SYRE. Let's take a look at it. I don't see it anywhere for me because it must be down for the day. Not down for the day. Okay. Just outside the price range of these. So SYRE. There's the news on it. So their drug, the SPY 001 monotherapy, matched or exceeded efficacy seen with Johnson and Johnson's console. It's a competitor to a J&J drug, I guess. And they're saying it's at least as good, but maybe better. On a mid stage study. So we have it. Well, I had it mid stage, but maybe you got something. I have it. I have it phase 2, not phase 3. But this might be wrong. Hmm. All right, guys, it is now 11:07. So I'll be taking a break in a little less than an hour around noon Eastern time. And I just want to confirm that it'll be Chris Barley taking over for me in our YouTube room. Oh, guys, okay, the SIDU, SIDU. Well, it's got some work to do, maybe to get through this 431, because it's been a super active one. A few weeks ago, this was a 75-cent stock. In Yeah, and then, well, when was that? That was December of last year. So call it the beginning of the year. This was like a 71-cent stock, all the way up to 540. It's pulled back to 176, but the last few weeks it's had a bit of a run. If it takes out 440, you can kind of see that it has a shot getting back to those highs, 539. And it is, it's not a low float, not a low float, 66 million in the float, so it's not low. Total volume is 2.2, so trading a little over double what it normally would do by this time of day, 11:09 Eastern time. I told Steve about DXYZ, Steve Gomez, on Thursday, I think. Yeah, so this one, I think they have a 16 to 19% stake in SpaceX. Or sorry, whatever that new IPO that's coming out from Musk. Okay, I think they've filed. I don't know where they are in the filing process. SpaceX, yeah, SpaceX roadshow for the IPO expected in June. Okay, so I guess July or August for the IPO. Okay, let me just. Thank you, William. Okay, yeah, could you? Oh, that's right. You know what? I was way low. I was way low on the valuation, like 1.75 million trillion. I was way low. I thought it was 70 billion, but that's nothing. I mean, it just I need to be pointed to an article that actually says that DXYZ has 16% minimum of SpaceX. I'll buy 100 shares and just hang on to it for a few months and see what happens. Because if that valuation comes in at 1.7 trillion dollars, which would be insane, that would have to be the biggest IPO in history, right? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ask Gemini later if in fact this DXYZ actually owns 16 to 19% of SpaceX. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute.
It is a closed end fund that allows public investors to gain exposure to private companies like SpaceX and OpenAI. Ownership breakdown. There is often confusion between the fund's portfolio weighting and its actual ownership stake in the private company. Portfolio weighting, approximately 16% to 35%. As of early 2026, SpaceX is the largest holding in the DXYZ fund. Depending on the most recent valuation updates and market movements, SpaceX typically makes up about 16.2% to 23%, and sometimes as high as 35% of the fund's total.
Okay, here we go. So, yes, of the fund itself, that is the percentage. Okay, that's a huge difference. Okay. Um, but it still owns it probably a tiny fraction of 1%. Its ownership of SpaceX is likely a tiny fraction of 1%. Okay. So it is not the 60. So I understand now. So it's good to know. I mean, obviously, I mean, still, if it's well, I don't know. When it says a tiny fraction of 1%, it could be minuscule. But I'm sure that if it ever does go, if IPOs, people will start saying, "Hey, guess what? DXYZ owns a portion of it," but it's not 16 to 19%. All right, guys. So yeah, confirmation anyway that Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes from now. Boy, this Almu was great from our AI guys. ALMU, very, very nice from our AI. You can see what happened. It got close to the 200-day moving average, and which is 1677 or so, 1637, but within about 40 cents of the 200-day moving average. The next high in the weekly chart is 1672, which is essentially the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. Let's see now. Is anything interesting? Okay, BBNX, guys, just over the whole number. What is it doing? BBNX. What is it, first of all? Commercial stage medical device company. Okay. Any news on it today? I do. Whoa. How about this? Now, this is on the 9th. Okay. This is on April 9th. Maintained a buy by Goldman Sachs. That was on April 9th. Now, a little misleading. Still maintained a buy, but it's the price is cut from 23 to 20, but it still maintaining a buy on it, just cutting their original price target. Still double what it is. Not saying now, nope. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, just because Goldman has put that sort of a price target on it. It can't hurt. Okay, it can't hurt Goldman because I don't think Goldman usually gets involved in some of these very cheap speculative bios, low floaters. No. Okay, guys, and as you can see, there is a top 10 list built in the large cap gainers also. Let's take a look at SGML as an example. What is it doing? Okay, so you can see, I mean, it's choppy, but it's maybe trying to hold the VWAP. Okay, still up 8%. Same sort of thing. I mean, the COGT, but however, look at this. It's broken down below the VWAP, so maybe it's going to turn into more of a short. Notice it's only 1%, so it will have dropped off that list, that top list. We should not see. Let me make sure. I always say don't see how the list is shrunk. Okay, COGT is only up. It won a race before, but it is starting to sink here because it's not up. It's remember to be in this list, it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Boy, leg is really Leggett and Platt up 13% from Friday's close. You can see how this list not static at all. It's a lot bigger earlier, even though the market is moving higher, which is a little bit strange. You would have thought that these ones that were up in this list would still be relative, like near the high of the day, and because the market has moved up. But nope. Boy, no bounce at all for GIS guys. Just absolutely no bounce at all. A minor one right there. But look at this 2 minute. Look at the five. I mean, it's just been straight down, and it's not an earnings play. It's just these grocery stocks. Speaking of which, take a look at the sectors, guys. Let's see what's happening now. Remember when we looked at this in the pre-market, there were only three sectors positive: OIH, XLE, and one other. I think IBB still positive. Oil services ETF, XLE, of course, the big energy ETF, but it's sinking a bit underneath the VWAP. Is silver still the worst? Yes, it is still the worst. It was down about 3% in the pre-market, so it's still kind of hanging in that area. XRT is still underneath the VWAP. Goldman, I'm sure, has dragged them down. Oh, I see now. I couldn't figure out what you meant there, Barry, with a Y. Yeah, what target did Goldman put on itself? That would be a firing offense. We're going to put like some guy could set a target. We think, you know, $700 target. Clean out your desk, son. Holding the VWAP though, at least it's trying to hold the VWAP. We see it popped up, coming right back down into the VWAP. Will that act as support? IMA curling under. IMA. Imagine Bio. Well, let's take a look left on this one. The next high looking left, 642. So for me, it's just too. Oh, and it popped through it. It just popped through it just as we were speaking, or I was speaking. It's right at the VWAP now. Not shortable for me. So even if this VWAP rejected it, I cannot short it. No shares available at Interactive Brokers. Hey guys, give me one moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. You mentioned HPQ. Yeah, it's spiking up here, guys. HPQ is spiking up. Day traders circulate unconfirmed report suggesting the company has been in talks for more than a year to buy a large PC focused company. So who's buying who? Wow, Dell. Dell up 11. Oh, I'm sorry, 6%, but still up $11. Well, IMA. Thank you. I can't remember who mentioned that one, but it was Brandon. Okay, so Brandon mentioned this one, IMA. Well, it is now through VWAP. Looks like it's trying to hold it. So again, if you're inclined to do so, you could say to take it, but I'd like to 635 maybe, and you put your stop just underneath the VWAP. But it's 640 right now, right at these highs here. I mean, look at this. The weekly high is 651 and 651. So I mean, it could easily stall right there. Not shortable for me if it does stall right there. It may not. I mean, but two weekly highs right there. Even if it took that out, the next high is 672. It's not shortable for me. Okay, let's take a look at Zeta, guys. Why Zeta? Well, it's just over the whole number, 15. So let's take a look at Zeta, see what it's doing. What does it look like? Well above the VWAP. The next high looking left on the daily chart, 1550 or so. So it's got a little bit of room, a little bit of room. Volume is not bad, 1.1 times normal. It's not stellar, but it's not bad. Any news on this one today? Probably not. Probably just moving a little bit with the market. Hmm. Problem with some of these later on in the day, what is it now, 11:30, is that they just sort of like look at the volume, I mean, the volume overall is okay, but there's just not a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, look at how the volume has just dwindled on the 5-minute chart, certainly on the 2-minute chart, it's just dwindled. Why does it do this, Pepe? Come on, man. It's crazy that it gets all jumbled up. The only top list that or race that I have that does this. Well, the IMA, wow, that was a nice. I did not take it, but boy, that was. You didn't care about those highs. Look at the volume, 15 million, 885 times normal up to this time of day. They're raising $30 million via private placement to fund its hair loss and skin disease treatments. Okay. Hmm. Okay, guys, Adam. What is Adam doing? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm looking left. It could easily get stalled, but like just because I look left and something, and I think a stock could get stalled doesn't mean it's going to happen. Of course, look at the IMA. Boy, fat. Now, so you've been trying to bounce this one, William. Fast is just. I mean, it took when it took that out that low there. I mean, your next low now, $45. It's not like it's a terrible stock. I mean, it's still a lifetime high. In the way in the upper percentile, but it is not happy today on its earnings. I'm sorry. Yes, it is an earnings play today. And there's the 200-day moving average at 44.80. So it's got about 80 cents to that. Maybe that'll really hold it, or maybe that low will hold at 45. Boy, it had a decent little bounce here. Let's see what that looks like on a 15-minute chart. I want to for a very specific reason. Yeah, well, Steve Gomez loves that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. You can see what happened right there. It broke down through it. That's that blue line right there. On the 5-minute chart at 10 SMA, boy, I mean it really looks interesting on a 10. It's sort of when the VWAP and that 10 SMA and the 5 kind of converge. That's kind of an interesting look. Sentinel has been a sneaky one. When I was looking at it really early, but you know what? I mean, it is still looking decent. I mean, next high looking left is well, it's getting closer, 1291. A hammer down on Friday, but it's had a nice recovery. All right, let's see if there's any little news headlines. Look at the spy, actually, a little pop here, guys. A little pop in the spy. Spies a popping. Boy, Oracle now up 9%, guys. A little over 9%. This is another way to play it. Not as yeah. There's more volume in this one, but there are two for Oracle, and they're both 2 times. One is Direction, and the other one is Defiant. Probably has the best chance later on, guys. If one of these, I'm just looking at some of these ones that are super active in the pre-market, and then they kind of, yeah, they do not that much. Talking about the RMSG, just look at the volume, 222 million shares with 1.2 million in the float, 1.29 million in the float. So you never know. Later on might be happening now. Later on might be happening now, guys. The high right there is 134, and it's got some room on the weekly chart to 165. Oh, shoot. You know what? I was going to dabble in it, and it just got halted. Just got halted. Our RMSG just got halted. Well, let's see what happens. There's the halt price. There's the halt price, 131. No big clue though, guys. 131. No big clue as to where it's going to open. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue window that I'm displaying here is from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales. There's your halt price, 131. Column trying to show you where it could open. Usually they are 5-minute halts. All right, guys, 11:43. So about again 15 minutes. I'll probably not probably. I will be taking a break. Boy, I saw this light path earlier on. What is it doing? So a bit of a dip. Lunar could not hold those initial gains. I had a big pop up to what price? $25 or so, all the way down to 23.70. Could not hold these that initial pop, but it's right at the VWAP, guys. So Lunar is LUNR is right sitting right on the VWAP, trying to figure out which way it wants to go. A lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, 1.4 million. All right, let's see what happens. Let's take a look at the RMSG. Has it changed at all? Well, it just opened. It just opened, and it just opened above the 131. And it hold the gains. Bated breath here, guys. Now we may struggle at 150. Okay, that's at. I always think that the stocks underneath, under $5 can struggle at the 50-cent level, like most stocks can struggle at a whole number. Let's see if I can. Okay, guys, listen. I'm hung up on that 50-cent level, so I've taken some off. Okay, of the RMSG. But let me see. I'll put a price alert at 150. Maybe it'll pop right through that. But I am hung up on that 50-cent level. I was talking about this when thinking maybe it'll be a late dayer. And when I say a late dayer, sometime in the afternoon. But just as I was speaking, it tore through. Push, push, push. Yeah, a classic, William. See, just this little struggle to get through that 150 mark, maybe. Well, I'm certainly not going to hold on to this during my break. Number one, also, okay, there's no way I can do that. You know what's starting to come back, guys, is the RVMD. RVMD. It's had a tremendous bounce. RVMD. I mean, it's still stellar for the day, but it had been sort of drifting down. Got to 130. $4 bounce now for RVMD. Again, this is late stage pancreatic cancer drug. Bank of America raising, and it's an all-time high. Bank of America raising their price target from 115 to 170 for the RVMD. That's a big move. That's a big float. 172 million in the float to be up 40, almost 40% right now. Certainly at one point it was up 40%. I mean, this is pre-market, okay? So that doesn't count in terms of all-time highs and all that. But 147. I mean, it got up to 147 in the pre-market. Yeah, it's got to be one of the worst, PJ. Yeah, unfortunately, I know several people, and it's not a happy diagnosis. So that's why I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't short this one just out of principle. I suppose I just wouldn't. I mean, the RVMD. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing, but well, look at Peng here, guys. Penguin Solutions. What a run it's been on since earnings. PENG. What a run. This is back in April 1st, I guess. And the stock was $18, 23, $24 now. It's been on a steady run. Only, the second, or when was it? Okay, post market. So this was the reaction. That was the reaction on April 2nd. Didn't do much the following day or the following day, but look at this. Took out the 200-day moving average and has been moving steadily up. And that is PENG. Maybe coming into resistance right here. 23.99, 23.99. But you know what? If it takes that out, look at this weekly chart. Takes that out, 29.76. What a lot of room it's got on the weekly chart. I'm going to put a price alert just over 24 for PENG and see if it can take that out, because look at the room it's got on a weekly chart to keep running if it wants to. All right, guys, 11:54. So what I'm going to do is put my announcement up here. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. I'll put the YouTube link in also, so you guys can head over and listen to Chris. And so give me a moment. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Not gone yet. Just waiting for Chris to show up. And I'll put the YouTube. Wow, look at Peng already, guys. PENG just burst right through that 24. All right. Well, our MSG just tore through. Well, didn't tear through 150, but it is at 150 again, or not for the first time. Trying to get through. I can't hold this while I'm on my break, but I could. But I'm going to be away from my desk for a bit, so just give me a moment. I want to put the YouTube link in. So somebody might be saying, well, why don't you just not have a break? Nope. There's one thing I made a deal with myself. You have to have a break. Woof. Okay. Wow. Okay. 160 now. So there's the link for YouTube, guys. Okay. So when I leave in about 5 minutes from now, maybe less, Chris sometimes shows up a little bit early, and I'll be taking my break. All right, I have taken most off. Okay, now why would I do that? The next high in a monthly chart is 182. The next high in that weekly chart is probably about the same. So 165 actually got right into that area, and then 179. So I've taken most off of the RMSG. And that's not, the reason I'm doing it. Well, I'm doing it for a couple of reasons. I don't want to hold it while I'm on my break, but also I'm looking at these weekly highs. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stop there. Of course, there's no guarantee, but look at the volume: 243 million shares now, 189 times normal. I wish, not normal, the float turnover. I wish I knew what our record has been since we started tracking this sort of stuff. It's going to easily be over 200 times float turnover. And remember what I said earlier. Maybe you don't remember, but I said, don't discount the RMSG just because it's up like 140%. It doesn't mean that at the end of the day, it could be over 200% up. Okay. Did I know this was going to happen? Of course not. But I think people get hung up on the fact that, well, man, a stock is already up 150%. How can it keep moving higher? Well, because there's a lot of enthusiasm. Now, is it warranted that this stock is up 240%? Of course not. But look at that 18% move, top of the leaderboard. Going to probably win this next race. Okay, Frito-Lay, I would suggest that you go over to our YouTube room, okay? Maybe ask Chris. I cannot show you. I don't use the charts, okay? So I put the link to go get. Chris says we'll have a lot more. If you mention all this to Chris, he's going to be there in a couple of minutes, okay? Just go over to YouTube. He has way more experience than I do in what you're asking about. But are you trading live? But you're trading live. You're connected to your Interactive Brokers account. You're trading live. Okay. Best thing to do, seriously, Chris will be there in less than a minute. Okay. I put the link in. Ask him that very question. Okay. And he'll take a look. He might ask you to send your logs, but I certainly will not be able to help you. So he's a little bit late. But it's worked up until today. It has been working. Well, Chris, I'm sure can help you. If you're saying ugh because I can't, I'm sure Chris can help you. I just don't use the charts. Okay, so, but there could be maybe we know there's an issue. But your best bet is to go over to YouTube, click on that YouTube link. Okay. Okay, Chris is there right now. So, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. So please go over to YouTube, Free-to-Lay, okay? I put the link in, and you can ask Chris the questions.
No, don't ask me.
Yeah, just give me a moment, Chris. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. All right, Chris. Well, yeah, we got Free-to-Lay. I don't know. I've told him to come over into YouTube. I don't know what pseudonym he's going to use, but having a problem with chart orders, and he's using charts, and he's been trading using Interactive Brokers live trading, and he says this is the first time it's happened. So I hope he comes over and asks you the question, because I certainly can't answer it.
I'll see what I can
Chris.
do.
Welcome, Chris. Okay.
Let me swap the screens and I'll get you out of here.
So
Off and running you go.
Over. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Chris. I'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. So, happy Monday to everybody. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Had a nice relaxing weekend. Of course, as per usual, I have no pre-done content with this. We do this as an open forum. Let you folks drive the content with your questions, what you need, what you're looking for with software. You do not have any questions. You're all giving me the silent treatment, which has been kind of the way it's been recently. I will do my best to keep this informative and engaging, though it does become more challenging as we go longer and longer with nobody really asking me questions these days. All the same, we'll see what we can come up with, see what we can do. However, I will continue to solicit for questions the entire session. So don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. That is what we are here for. That is what we help with. So with that said, silent treatment it is. Fair enough. We'll go through what I call my top 10 here on my relative strength from the open scans. Start with the one on the right. And let's do that. Bear with me one moment here, folks. All right, thanks for your patience. So let's go through the top 10 here on my relative strength from the open on the right side there. So we'll start with RECT. This looks like a fairly volatile stock. Pretty sizable gap up here. We've got this thing is up from the prior day's close, 100%, almost 101%, $1.21, small price stock. You can see off the open, it was looking to start to fill the gap and then just really kind of bounced. Very volatile, probably a tough trader, I think, for most, if not everybody at this point. But there it is nonetheless. You know, it's done 96.2 million shares on the day, good for 8,300 plus on the relative volume. So crazy liquid, crazy volume. Yeah, big stuff, big stuff. That's what we're looking at there. Let's see, move on to BTM, which had won the last race and is leading this race. And again, I will continue to solicit for questions, folks. If you have any questions, please get those in for me. I much prefer it if you folks are driving the content with what you need from the software versus me just rambling here, perhaps useless knowledge to everybody or useless tidbits to everybody, but so be it. I got to fill the air one way or the other. So BTM, different story here. This actually gapped down slightly and then reversed. And really just been kind of climbing along through the day. It's not without its volatility, its pullbacks. Solid, almost 50, well, not almost, 50.5% up from the day. It's good for $1.33. Not nearly as liquid or volumey as the last stock, but plenty of liquidity all the same, 1.7 million and 7 on the relative volume here. It does look like it's having a little trouble with $4. Fell just underneath it there. Trouble getting through it right now, right there. So we'll see how that all goes. Stock has been in a downtrend for a bit here. Negative earnings reaction. We're looking at the long-term kind of stuff. But as far as the day goes, sitting right up there, and see what it can or can't do, pushing on that $4 door. Let's move on to XNDU. XNDU. Less liquidity, less volume, just under 1 million shares traded, just under 3 on the relative volume. Looks like it's a newer issue here. Gap up and just finding itself moving higher, grinding away. A couple of opening bars on the 5 minutes that get us up, pullback, and maybe a slight consolidation. We're taking another leg up and consolidating. Again, it's a very small float stock here. So, for some reason, a lot of traders started pouring in or out of this. We could see some pretty crazy movements on it to either side at this point. Being a higher price stock than we're looking at, I say only up 29%, give or take, with $2.60, give or take, on the day. But that's, relative to the price of the stock. This is starting up, just over $9 versus the other stocks that were under $1 and under a couple of bucks there. And again, I'm going to solicit for some questions. Anybody with questions, please do not be shy. Get those questions in for me. Do my best to answer those as always. And silent treatment continues. Very good. Let's move on. Excellent. Barry sent you over. Very good. Welcome. Throw some questions at me if you have them, please. While I wait for your question to come in, I'm just going to continue to go through what I'm going through, but please feel free to interrupt me. I'm only doing what I'm doing to fill airspace, so it's not just people staring at my screen with nothing going on. FUSE. So back to the real low price stocks. You can see it made a gap down and then a nice move up and a pullback and another nice move up since giving it up. So it's not really up anything at this point, to be honest, but lots of liquidity at 10.3 million shares traded and 6.5 on the relative volume. Multiples of the same stock. All right, so let's do this. If you've got Brokerage Plus open, please check and uncheck the hide 0 positions. Whether it's unchecked already, check it and then uncheck it, or if it's checked, uncheck it and check it. Let me know if that gets rid of your multiple positions. That should not be multiple positions. I will then ask you at your convenience to please update to our latest beta version on the right side of this page here. Okay, is there any chance you're connected to more than one broker that has the position in it, each of them? For example, if you had an Interactive Brokers account and you had a position with Apple and then you were connected to our paper trader and you had a position with Apple, no chance of that. Okay, and if you were to connect and disconnect IBKR, what happens? Let me know what happens if you nothing already tried. All right, so then I'm going to go ahead and ask you to. All right, let's first, before we have you try to update, what if you go to help and about, what version of the software are you on? What version do you see here? You got it, Daryl. Glad to hear that update. Had someone else have something similar happen, but then they said the same thing today. They've got no issues. So Frito-Lay's, if you can please go to help and about on the menu bar. Tell me what version of the software you're on. Help and about. Also, I'm going to surmise you probably don't have IB data. That would be a guess of mine. But we'll start with the help and about. Move on to my other tricks in my bag. And anybody else with questions, don't be shy, get those in. I can multitask. I got data. Yeah, but there's specific data. And the API settings, there's specifics. It's not just data. It's specific API data that has to be from IBKR. Again, let's try with the help and about, please. If you can tell me what version of the software you're on. Let's start there. Let's work this systematically here. Help and about. What does that say here for version? You could work with me systematically and we'll be able to get through this. What version of the software are you on? I don't see anything that says version of the software. I can even show you what I see right on my screen. I'll show you a screenshot of everything. You are not being filtered. And here is everything I have from you right now. There we go. 8.5.8.0. All right, so you are on the beta. So that takes care of that. Okay, so next on deck here for me, you're going to, if you can, please go to help, go to send files to support. And then once you have sent files to support, you should get a message. It'll send files to support. Do I want to send this? Yes. And then you should get a confirmation that a zip file had been sent. You'll press OK, and you're going to email me here and say, I sent those files, Chris. You're going to email me to info@trade-ideas.com. I, however, will not be able to go through those files live on screen here. There is some sensitive information in there that I cannot post here. So you'll have to bear with me while I get through the files separately while running this live stream for the hour as well. We'll get into that and we will see what we can or cannot find. And again, anybody else with questions, do not be shy. Please get those in for me. And again, Frito, let me know once those files have been sent and that email has been sent so I can track down the files. And also, once again, anybody else with questions, do not be shy. Pop those questions in for me. We are here to help. Put in the title of the email, brokerage plus IBKR help, and then in the body of the email, just say, who you are, and that you sent the files, just so I can, keep it. So I, from all the other people that are sending me files, I know who's who, essentially. But you don't need to add anything else to the email other than a subject line of what we're troubleshooting, and then who you are and where you're coming from on the troubleshooting. Once that email comes in, it'll tell me, hopefully, if you're emailing from the email address that your username is linked to, I'll be able to see all your account information and those files that were sent. Often people email us from a completely different email address than what their username or account is linked to, and we have no way to trace it down. We can't guess blank emails. And again, still soliciting the rest of the group here. I see there's 72 people watching. I assume because of YouTube or because of Twitter, it's mostly bots and fake people, but all the same, maybe there's one or two real ones out there. Don't be shy. Get the questions in for us, please. All right, bang, emails in. I'm guessing you're D. All right, so let's see here if I can't come up with something for you ultra fast without having to dig too far into the files. I see you've sent me files in the past too. And yourself or anybody else that has anything, just get those in there for me and I'll circle back on them momentarily. Okay, so first thing I can tell you is I see you're logging into IBKR from two different locations. Please don't do that. You get one connection with IBKR at a time. So if you're on TWS through your computer, please do not log on to the IBKR app on your phone. I can see that right away that you're doing that. And yeah, I see you doing that a whole bunch. Let's see. Your files are extraordinarily large. I'm trying to filter down to see if I can find any errors at this moment. Okay, I see a data error that you're missing some kind of data set. I'm not sure if that's from the multiple logins or not having the correct API data. That it won't tell me. Yeah, I think your errors, I think what's gone on is because of the multiple logins from multiple places that caused you some problems here. So I would go ahead and say, because your files are, there must be 30,000 lines of code here, I'm guessing. Yeah. So digging through all this, it'll take me hours. But for my initial look here on everything, I would say go ahead, log out of IB from everywhere you're logged into IB right now. Close Trader Workstation, close your phone apps. If you're using a second computer, close out there. Then only with the computer that you are using trade ideas with, reopen Trader Workstation, relaunch it, and then log back in and make the connection from there. Nope. No, we do not offer an API in any regard whatsoever. I can just tell you what I see on the logins here. I can even display the messages. You were disconnecting over and over again. And that's what it says there. There's no no account information is given in any of that. Just yeah, just that. But this disconnect that you have going on, if you're not logging in from multiple places, then I would be checking your internet connection. That's where I'd point you towards then. Right, I see this disconnect over and over again. Now let's see what else I can find here. yeah, that would be where I'm going at. I'd restart everything and then let me know if you're still seeing anything strange in Brokerage Plus. Yeah, so many disconnects through your files. Again, anybody else with questions, don't be shy. Fire those questions in here. The only other one I saw come was asking about if we allow an API integration with LLMs like Claude or GPT, which we don't, just to circle back on a second time in case you didn't hear me there. I'd like to tell you we do, but we don't. Okay. All right, folks, don't be shy. Let's keep the questions coming if anybody's got, please. And hopefully, Frito, you come back and let me know that restarting all those items got you squared away. If not, we'll keep at it. If we can't get it here on the session via email and our other support chat, we will get there. That's for sure. We always do. Oh, looks like we got a little burst to the upside going on here right now. 30-day highs versus 30-day lows. Let's see what that means for the overall market. Hi, interested to know how the running up I'm guessing you want to know how running up works. So let's open a window here, an alert window. So if we're in the configure of an alert window, we can search anything and use the help function. So running up. We've got a few different running ups. We're going to go with just the running up. And if we click on help, we're going to get a web page that looks like this. And it does that for any data point that we select and pressed help on. And we'll see that this alert will only be reported when the price makes a clear, statistically validated move upwards. It will not be reported every time the price of the last print moves by the price displayed on the screen. Otherwise, random noise would cause this alert to be reported more often. To assist day traders, this alert works on a time scale of approximately 1 minute. Bad prints are filtered out and will not cause this alert to appear. So essentially what this is doing, and what I like to use the running up for, is that let's say we get a stock that it spiked early in the day and went way up and it comes pulling back down. Now we're way off the high of the day, right? But the stock starts to make a really nice move up again, but high of the day alert won't happen until up here. And I want to catch it somewhere in here. That's where the running up comes in. For me anyways. That's my personal 2 cents on it. There's no one way to use any of this. It's like, trying to tell someone there's one way to use butter, right? You use butter when you're sauteing stuff, you put it on your toast, right? We bake with butter, sear a steak with butter, right? The same thing with the running up. The same thing with any data point here. There's no one way to use it. Some ways are better than others, right? I wouldn't cook a hot dog in butter, for example. Not that you couldn't, but I don't think it's a great idea, right? The same thing if you're trying to find, stocks that were consolidating, probably not going to want the running up alert. It's not that you may not get the alert you want, you're just more unlikely to. So those are the kinds of inferences that I try to make when it comes to data points and scans and building and things of that nature. Hey, is there a way to drag the chart around to center it? Not necessarily center it, but if you right click the chart, if you right click any chart and you make sure that use browser interface is selected, you can then click on the chart and grab and drag it around to a degree. This is better though, or this is more kind of, if you got something, way up on a chart. Oops, hold on, browser interface selected there. Let's say I had a stop loss that's like way up here, above what price we're currently showing. I could drag the chart like this and I could see those higher prices where the the target might be. On the reverse side, I could drag down if I needed to, if I was trying to find the target on the chart that I had set. Same idea there. And then you could press the little arrow line widget there and it brings it back, but no way to center it, as you're looking to have like a whole bunch of blank padding to one side of the chart where it's nothing here. And then, the current chart only runs to here. No way to do that. And so I'm going to go with Cal for short, who's asking about the running up. Just let me know if you have other questions about the running up aside from what I just went over. Yeah, it was just demonstrating it, Frito. Let me demonstrate it again. So if we right click the chart, we're going to make sure browser interface is selected. Got a check mark there, like you can see, right? And then I'm going to simply click and hold the click. And now you can see there's a hand instead of my cursor. And I can drag the chart around like that. So you can kind of get like that padding to the side if that's what you're looking for, but you can't drag it to the center. There's a limit to what you can drag. You can see I can drag it up though as well. So I can see prices above where we're at if I needed to for some reason. I had price alert there, target. Drag it down. Same thing if I had a price alert or stop that I was trying to get at, something like that. So that's the dragging. That's what you can do. Oops. I only have a cross. I don't have that grabs. Can you right click the chart and tell me if you have use browser interface selected? And I've got the cross too, but I click and drag and it still works if I put my crosshairs on. So if you click and you hold and you move your mouse around, it doesn't do anything. No bueno. Que malo onda. It used to work. Interesting. Always amazes me when someone has something that doesn't work and everybody else does. Software, gotta love it. What could be stopping it? What could be stopping it? It does not work for us, Chris. I'm on the same version of software everybody else can be on, so I help about. I got no special versions here for me. I run what you all run, 5.8.1.0. Let's see. What could be tripping y'all up? Order confirmation, display Zoom controls. In the chart settings, can you guys make sure it matches what I have here? I guess the order entry isn't going to matter, but display new indicator manager could be one. Use browser charts by default could be one. Enable right edge padding could be one. I suppose the display zoom controls could be one. I don't know. I don't see why it would be. Display alerts shouldn't have any impact on it. I have the exact same settings as me. This is amazing. Huh. What could it be? We don't have the chart options in here anymore because those were moved to the 3 dots. All right, as we wrap up this session in a few minutes, I'm going to ask if you want in on this as well, Pepe. Both of you, if you can come to, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which web page of ours you come to. I'm going to put the education page in here and start a live support chat with me. Where am I going? Start a live support chat with me after this ends. And we're going to get to some kind of bottom of this, or at least begin the bottom of it, one way or the other. So that's for when I wrap up here and I pass the stream back to Barry. Come to that page there. I'll bring it over as a matter of fact. And you were going to start a live support chat down here and ask for me regarding the regarding the, what am I looking for? The drag the chart option. And we're going to get to the bottom of it, like I said, or if we don't get to the bottom of it this second, we're going to start the ball rolling on getting to the bottom of it. It's a pet peeve of mine when there's these bugs that only seem to affect a person or two. And it drives me nuts. What else could be screwing this up? wonder if show pre and post would have any impact on this. Nope. And that's why, like, I try to never ever run a version of the software everybody else is not running, that the users are not running, because it doesn't make any sense outside of when I'm doing internal testing, which I'm not doing any internal testing right now. So this way I can confirm if something is broken or not broken, at least system-wide. Don't get me wrong, we run across where individuals have something going on and nobody else has it going on occasion. Oh, lots of reasons that could be happening. We could start with this here. Do you have the sound on? Sometimes I do, but mostly not. Then I would bet that you have a Windows setting that I discovered the other day that is blocking you from constant sound notifications, because Windows and Microsoft in their infinite wisdom love to just change user settings ridiculously. Where did I find this? Let's see. System, sound. More sound settings. And then come to sounds and put this on Windows default. And what do I have selected? Communications. On the communications part, make sure you have do nothing also checked. Because what happens is Windows decides that it wants to do all these really fun things with your sounds. And if you don't have the settings correct in your system settings, unless you have other sounds happening, it'll drown out other sounds as well. It's so ridiculous what Windows does. I had sound settings that weren't working in the software for me, and I could not figure it out for weeks. And then finally, without the assistance of any AI, tracked this all down in here and got all my system sound settings working again. There's no way to predict when something is topped out. Sorry there, Cal. We can, every scanner on the planet, every software on the planet can only tell you what a stock is doing or has done, not what it will do. Meaning we have no way to know if it's at the end of its move or not. Interesting. It's been part of the software since oh, good Lord. Goodbye, Eric. Yeah. So that's where I'd point you to those things with sound. I would also tell you that for sound, if you have multiple speakers, make sure you go into settings and you have sound path to where you want it going. So like you have headphones, make sure your sound isn't pathed to the headphones if you've got speakers. Also, make sure if you have old devices, you've uninstalled them and removed them. I've had that happen where I have devices I no longer use, and the sound was still trying to go to those unused devices that no longer go. No, it's under sound. I'll bring it back open again. So come into your settings, your Windows settings, go to System, go to Sound. Let me know when you're there. System and sound. There, okay. Now go to scroll down and look for more sound settings. All right. And then once you're there on more sound settings, go ahead and click on that. That will open this box here. go to sounds, put this on Windows default, go to communications, put this on do nothing. And then you could also select the sounds that you want in here. There is a sound through Windows that doesn't work correctly anymore because that's where our sounds are actually pathed through. Let me see what that is. Bear with me 1 second. Actions. So yeah, I would use the asterisk. Yeah, use asterisk in Windows. So I'd go up here, you can find asterisk. So when you've set that to default, Windows default, and asterisk, sound, Windows background, put that on there as well. Go ahead and test it, then apply it. And then same thing with communications, set that to do nothing. And so if Windows is stealing your sound because of its advanced settings for whatever ridiculous reason in their infinite unwisdom, that will fix that. So for weeks, if I had one of these windows open, one of these configure windows open, I click anything, I didn't get the sound telling me, hey, you got to configure window open, you got to close it before you do anything. And once I went into that more sound settings, I messed around in there with the sounds and the communications, I got it all working again. So that could be one of your items. You know, the other items I'd point you towards is, you know, in your volume mixer, you know, check what you've got things going on, check what you have with the things in there going on. And in the sound itself here, you see I have all these different speakers here. These are all actual speakers that I have. I use them for various different things, various different reasons, and got to make sure that the sound is going where you want it to go at that time. So those are the items I would point you towards. Let me get rid of that and that. And of course, anybody with any questions, please don't be shy. We've got a few more minutes before Barry comes back and takes back over the stream. I do have to say, troubleshooting and doing this all with you is much better than getting the silent treatment. Even if it's going to take us a minute to figure out why you got going on what you got going on, this is what we're here for. You know, if we can't get it all the way through here, we'll get you to a certain point, and then we'll take it to a different forum to finish up and get you sorted. It worked. Excelente. You got it. So, all right, next up is hopefully when we get to the live support chat after this, I can get that click and drag sorted for you. If I can't get it sorted for you right away, you know, I'll figure something out. I will figure something out. You know, I don't leave people hanging. I don't always get the results as fast as I'd like to for everybody, but we will get them. May I ask how to make a momentum scanner picks up things before it reaches the top gainers? Yeah, Cal, as I went over before, I guess you didn't hear me. There's no way to know if it's reached the top or not. There's no way to predict that. We can tell you what stocks have done or are currently doing. We can't tell you what they will do. So, you know, we can find stocks that are moving up, but we can't tell you, is that the end of the move? We can't tell you that. Or is it going to keep going? That we can't tell you. You know, we could build some type of momentum scan here now together, you know, on screen before I wrap up for the day. So let's see. I'm going to go new alert window. But again, this is just going to tell me what a stock has done, not what it may or may not do. You like the running up. So we're going to look at the running up here. We're going to add that alert. I'm going to go with some stuff that I've already got in here. Let's go with the stocks trade at least 750,000 shares on the day. Let's check that it's already up a little bit. So we're going to go with it's already up from the close 1%. Let's say it's up from the open at least 1%, 0.5%. Let's get some volume stuff going on here. I'm going to search volume. I'm going to look for volume 1 minute. I'm going to add that filter. I'm going to put a 500 in there. So it's doing 5 times what it would be normally doing over the last 10 days. It's done in %. Let's put a 5-minute volume in there for good measure. We're going to put 200, meaning it's doing 2 times what it's been doing in the last couple days. And let's put a change filter. And let's say this stock over the last 2 minutes is up at least 1%. While we're here, do you have a minimum amount of price you want to see with it? You want to see stocks $1 and higher, $5 and higher, $30 and higher? Support momentum Webby. Maybe let's throw an RSI in there too. Why not, right? Let's get a 2-minute RSI. Let's just make sure we're cruising above 50 at this point in the last 2 minutes. All right. I'm going to give you another few seconds to let me know if you have a minimum price. If not, I'm just going to put one in. All right. $5 it is as the minimum. We'll press OK and we'll press OK. And we got a scan. And we called it support Webby momentum is what I named it. Let's see what's it got for NRG going on. So, all right, NRG got that at 168. Moved up to 168 and change afterwards. Let's go through the history. Let's see what else we got today on this scan. Good amount of alerts. WLG. Caught that early on at 11.57. Shot up over $12. Since came back down, but still above that alert. Cool, cool. JIMA. JMIA. Yeah, it's got it at 710. Shot up to 750. Not a big mover stock anyways. I'm familiar with that. See, LEG. Who are you? What'd you do? Got the alert at 11:17. Kind of grinding on through the day. Not awesome, not terrible. RVMD. 133. Yeah, it alerted at 133. It's at 135 right now, so actually not bad. Not the best, not the worst. IDYA 36.79. Got the alert. Ran all the way up over 38. Has since collapsed, but stock kept moving up afterwards. So this is produced some all right alerts. Not the best, not the worst, like I said. MU got a $15 alert. Eventually made its way over 16 and change. CRDO, a stock that will forever haunt me. And I do mean forever. Got the alert at 131, shot all the way up over 135. So yeah, looks like an okay alert. So I'm going to go ahead and save and share this to the cloud. Yeah, share and save and share, whatever order you want to do that in. And anybody that takes this link to this scan, please be sure to save it to your cloud or your layout or both. I recommend both because this link will expire in a couple of days when I go through and clean my cloud out like I do every few days. So there you have it, sports fans. All right, I see a silent treatment coming in for the last few moments here. That'll happen. Drop that scan out of sight.
Well, I can't let it end on that. Nobody wants a silent treatment. Oh my goodness. Hi Chris, how are you? Are you having a good day? How's that for not silent?
I could complain, but I don't think I have anything really worth complaining.
Nah, it's not. I don't care. I do care, but to be mildly funny, I don't care.
And I appreciate the humor.
Mm-hmm. Now, did you help Frito-Lay? I know he had a bunch of questions.
Yes and no. We got his sound issue fixed. That whole sound thing that I was showing Steve and Andy the other day in the Windows settings, that got his sound issue fixed. However, I'm not sure with the Brokerage Plus stuff. He sent in files. I was going through them on the side here, and there are an insane amount of lines in it. It would take me hours to go over all of his files, but on a preliminary search, I could see that he was getting disconnected over and over again. It looked like he was logging in from a second location. That may not actually be what was going on. Either way, he is getting disconnected over and over again. I can't tell you why, but I suspect that is what screwed up the data in the
no kidding.
Plus.
Now, was it Brokerage Plus being disconnected?
No, it was Trader Workstation or IB. He was losing connection to IB.
Well, that's what I mean. What did I say? I meant
it wasn't the disconnection wasn't Brokerage Plus itself. It was IB itself.
Oh, okay. If I said Brokerage Plus, I actually meant was it IB connecting?
Oh yeah. No, so it's the IB, his personal IB connection, and then
I see.
Both him and Pepe cannot drag their charts.
What does that mean?
So you can see my screen, yes?
We'll look at it now. Let me just give me a moment. I'm not looking at it. I have this chat sort of minimized. Just
gotcha.
Give me a moment. Okay, I can see your screen. Yes.
All right. So see how I've got the 60-minute chart CDRO, and then I click and I drag it around up and down, and can pull it to the side.
Up and down even. Okay. Yeah. I've never tried that.
Yeah, if you have to have the browser interface selected, and you need to be on the beta. And if you click and hold to click and then drag, click and hold for a second, you'll get a hand, and you can drag it all around.
Let's see if that's working for me. Click. Yeah, it does work for me. Yeah. Okay. So Pepe says that's something you guys they can't do. They must be.
Yeah,
well, maybe it's not even the beta because I'm on the development version.
Nope, it's on the beta. I'm on exactly what the users are on or can be on 5.8.1.0. And if I go to new, I don't get all the fancy stuff that you'll see here. I get the regular menu, the non-development menu.
I see. Okay.
So,
Well, maybe Pepe just doesn't know what he's doing.
yeah, that I'm not going to buy for 1 second. There's a lot of things I'm going to buy. That ain't one
Yeah,
of
but
them.
not that one. Yeah,
But
so
you know, I
Pepe,
said to them once in a while, there's a user or two that has something that doesn't work for them while it works for everybody else. And
right.
this is where we do the back channel troubleshooting, and I get it in front of mine's greater than mine.
Yeah, no, I've never even tried that. I didn't even know it was available. So, I've never really had the necessity to do that, to be honest. But okay, I guess
but you
can do
got
it.
to be
Let's
on
do it.
the current beta. If you're not on the current beta, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely but yeah, I can do it. I mean, if Pepe, well, I'll show Pepe when he's. I think he's probably still in the main room too. But yeah, I'm moving it up and down. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, listen. What are you? You're. This is it for you today, right? Or this week?
Yeah, that should be it for me for this week. Should be
Okay.
Andy tomorrow. And again, for Pepe, if you want to come to the support chat after this, and same thing with Frito, I'll work with you both on that end to see if we can't figure out this whole chart drag thing.
Okay.
And that's it. That's my magic trick. Oh, I got to stop sharing
right.
so you can have the screen back.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. Released.
Okay. Thank you, Christopher. We'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. Just give me a moment as I get my music going. And get announcement. So I had no idea we could do this on the latest beta. I've never even thought about doing this, but yeah, you can kind of move this up and down. Well, it's sort of stuck now, but yeah, okay. I've never really thought about it. Like the necessity. I mean, I've always wanted to be able to expand it back, like east-west, but not north-south. So why you guys aren't able to do it, I don't know. Have to be as so Pepe, you see what I'm doing, and just I'm just on the latest beta, and I know you don't like the beta, but yeah, I'm left clicking, holding my left click down on my mouse, and just moving it up and down. Well, I'm using Edge. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. That's my browser. I'm using Edge. I have no idea if that has anything to do with it. Anyway, I'm going to move on now. So, guys, I know I still have some of the. I decided to hold some of the the RMSG. And it was just hanging around that 50-cent level. I know I took some off just underneath the 50, a little bit over. I was going to get rid of everything, but I actually was here sitting. Basically, I was doing my workout, but I had my eyes on my monitor, so I was just in case something really crazy happened. So now it's just halted again. Our RMSG is just halted again. Now, Pepe, there are children watching. Wow. Okay, so this just came out of its halt now, guys. This is kind of what I thought might happen later on in the day, but from this level, okay. But it already had a nice little pop, but you never know. I mean, this could just keep soaring. And again, I have to remind people, just because the stock earlier on was up about 110, 130, 140%, doesn't mean by the end of the day it's not going to be up 266%. So I saw that question by you, Cal's, Kalzgh, Cal. I'm going to call you Cal, regarding seeing stocks before. I understand what people, they think, well, look, a stock that's already up 100%. Why do I want to see it? because it can still really move. Okay. Now, granted, it's usually the low floaters. You're not going to see a stock, these large cap stocks moving like that. But, the low floaters can have a mind of their own. Just because the stock is up 100%, even 200%, doesn't mean by the end of the day it's not going to be up 300%. So I wouldn't discount just because you think, wow, I must have missed a move. And I know Chris gave you a momentum. I don't know if you're still in the YouTube room. Chris gave you a momentum scan. I have one also. It's probably the same or very, very similar. Of course, that hand is just a function of Windows, right? I can pick whatever I want. I must have picked hand. The hand, when that happens, I'm assuming. Again, I've had this forever, so I haven't made any changes forever. Well, the hand that I'm getting here, isn't that just a pointer selection, like how you want the pointer to look, or am I wrong? I mean, here I've got my. Sometimes, yeah, like here's a point. Well, first of all, yeah, you only get the pointer. I get the pointer in a non-browser chart. I don't get that. I get the crosshairs in the browser chart. What happens here? Oh, it's interesting. I don't get the hand in the non-browser charts. I get the hand in the browser-based charts. But I don't know. I thought that might have been just a Windows pointer option. You can have various ways. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. It doesn't work at all in the legacy charts. I like the pointer. I'd rather have a pointer than whatever it's doing here. But I'm not going to get bent out of shape about it. It's not. It doesn't affect me that much. Boy, this ORCX, guys, all day long, Oracle. Now it's up over 11%. No, I'm sorry, 10 and a half, like almost 11%. Oracle, the stock. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just talking to Steve in our Slack thread. Okay, guys, so one last look at my homepage today. And all the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only for the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Remember, it's the first month only. And it applies to both of our plans, our standard or premium plans. Okay. While I ask, if you do take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. That really helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room plus this room here, the trading room. Company tracks the use of the promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they say, okay, we don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering about what is this trading room, it's free also, but a lot more interaction with other traders in this room. Plus, this room was open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for interaction with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. Okay, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi opens it. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me, so that's why Obi opens it up. I get on the mic at around 9 o'clock for both rooms, and then in this room, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even when I leave, William in the room, in the trading room, keeps it open after I leave. And today, sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. And what I do, even when I leave my layout up and running, so you can still see the top lists, or sorry, the races, interchanging the symbols, and also this compare count window. So there's still a lot of action you can look at, even though I've gone. Keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for this right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down to that education, click on the more info. And this is what the mandatory, this is the first thing you do. Getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have trade ideas, but wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. Last, if you're looking for information that I'm currently sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and the middle section right here, view the scans. So here are the two races. The large cap race is here. The other race is here. This is a more volatile race. This is more subdued. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's a little less, more subdued than this sort of a race here. Upside versus downside movers is here. The real-time alerts appear as a crawl. Pre-market act goes up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Halts resumes is over here. And I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. So I do have a momentum scan, gap scanner, Pepe combo scan, and the William 25-cent scan. I keep calling it a scam. Scan. So if you have any questions about them or anything else about trade ideas related, just don't be shy. You can ask me questions. No, some I can answer, like Frida-Lay's question about the charts and interacting with Brokers Plus and Interactive Brokers. Those are definitely a specialty for Chris. I've never used our charts to trade. And the market is, yeah. So we've had a beautiful rally from the lows in the pre-market, 674, 682. We had a nice run up, bit of a pause, a little bit of a pullback. Probably a lot of people thought, okay, is this it? But nope, it held at 1210 while I was on my break, and nice little run up. This, yes, YSS, this has been a real active trader, guys, not just today, but it started back here, 2034, of course, with the space excitement about space, etc. Real first of all, had earnings, I guess, here, and so that helped it a little bit, flat line, and then again with Artemis, really a lot of these space stocks have really been juiced. Well, Obi, you were right. MNTS finally hit 5. Well, you know what? SkyQ did not find the support anywhere that I could see. It, just give me a moment. I think it's a crank call, but just give me a moment. And crank call it was. Don't answer. Oh, wait a minute. Coming again. Just give me a moment, okay? All right, guys. Well, it was not a crank call, and but I told the guy, listen, you should get call display. It's a delivery for me. But anyway, this guy's coming in about 10 minutes, so I'll be interrupted for 5 minutes or so. Interesting. Okay, I'll let Chris know. Thank you, Pepe. In fact, I will just copy and paste that. You're in Windows 10, really? Must be a reason for that. You don't like Windows 11. Oh, I see. So it's not like you have a hate on for Windows 11, just an older one. Okay, an older laptop. Okay, boy, it must be super old. You must be in love with it. But you do hate Windows 11 also. Okay. You see, when you're not an IT guy like me, not an IT guy, I have no bias. I don't look at all the little things that, like between Windows 10 and Windows 11. I would have no idea. I remember it was it took me about a couple of days to get used to just the getting into the file folder and things like that. But other than that, I just don't see that was a big issue. But and performance wise, I'm not sure there was any issue. But I get that some people might not like the layout, the look of it. You just hate Windows. That's why I don't subscribe. As in, you don't subscribe to Trade Ideas. Is that why? Because it's Windows based. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, certainly your prerogative. I just never have the hate on for anything like that. But okay. And believe me, I live in a household that my wife is completely Apple, and I'm completely the opposite. Anyway, just a gentle dig though, Ron. I mean, I would not let my hate of Windows stop me from getting this fabulous program called Trade Ideas. Okay, but that is my opinion. No, it doesn't. We used to sort of support it, but we don't support it at all. I mean, does it work? Yeah, but we haven't upgraded it or done anything with it for a couple of years. So, I mean, does it work in theory? Yes. But I mean, if all you wanted was a couple of scans and some charts, I mean, it works. But if you run into any problems with it, we're not supporting it anymore. So, I mean, you can always try it. Or you could get, I mean, a lot of people that trade ideas, and there's going to be several in this trading room. And I understand. I do get it why people might not want to do something like this, but you can run an emulation program like Parallels. A lot of people do that, or subscribe to Amazon Web Services, something like that. It all depends. Well, it's still running Windows, yes, but you can run your Mac, obviously, but using Parallels, so it's running Windows. It's just creating a Windows environment on your Mac. But you know what? It's up to you, of course. I mean, if you thought that the program, I mean, you don't have to spend a lot on a Windows computer, but only you can determine whether or not Trade Ideas is of sufficient value for you to do that. Well, let's take a look at IMA, guys. Oh, so, okay, what it did is, okay, it got up, so it pulled back underneath the VWAP now. Three times in 5 years, Obi, you've been wrong. Okay, guys, KC over the whole number. Let's see what it looks like, okay? Kingsoft Cloud Holdings over the whole number. It has, yeah, wow, it's got a lot of room looking at a weekly chart, okay? A lot of room. 1780 is the next high. We're at 1613 now. This is pretty interesting to me. I mean, it's a little extended, but as long as it holds over 16, well, it's not a problem, Ron. I mean, it's just that he needed to be running Windows 11. Well, I don't even know if you can buy. Can you still buy a Windows 10 computer? But most computers now come with Windows 11. It's not a problem, really. I mean, it's just that I mean, is it a major problem that you can't do something like this? Moving this up and down. I mean, I don't consider that a major problem, but it's just a little item that can't be done using a Windows 10 computer. But I didn't even personally, I did not even know we could do that. Moving a chart up and down. I've only cared about moving it east or west, not north and south. But Pepe runs a Windows 10 laptop, and he uses trade ideas. And Pepe is a knows his stuff. Oh, it completely runs. Well, that feature that I just showed you, I didn't even know we had it. Ron, to be honest. But absolutely, it runs completely. I mean, you don't know Pepe, but I mean, Pepe is in the room. He doesn't work for Trade Ideas, but he's I call him my IT specialist. Okay, and he knows Trade Ideas in and out, but he also knows computers in and out. And he's using a Windows 10 laptop for Trade Ideas. Believe me, he wouldn't do it unless it worked. I can let him tell you that, but this was also a pretty good one from our AI guys. I didn't really see it. The BRZE, pretty good one. Coming into maybe 2120 is the next high looking left. If it blasts through that, look out, 2334. I have to put a price alert here and see if it takes it out either today or maybe tomorrow and has a continuation. So our AI's had a pretty good day. All right, guys. Well, it's about 1:30 now, so I'm expecting a delivery any moment now. So I will probably be gone for about 10 minutes. I'll come back. Wow, look at our MSG, guys. Still have a. I wish I had my entire position. I do not, but RMSG. I was the other one I was worried about was the 200-day moving average, but this stock did not care at all, at least right now. Anyway, you can see the blue line on my chart, the 200-day moving average. I powered right through it. The next high on a weekly chart, I mean, you would think maybe two is going to stall it. I don't know. I mean, right here, 217. There are three or four, five weekly highs. Between the 215 and 220 mark or so. So, I mean, if it took that out also. Now, look at that. The float turnovers. Got to remember this, William. 237. I think that's a record. I think that's a record for float turnover. I may be wrong. 306 million. Now, I do recall there was one stock that traded over 1 billion shares. I don't remember what the float was though. Would have been really low also, but 237 times the float it has turned it over. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, I do have to go for a bit. I got to accept this delivery and all, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, it's going to be to me. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with ORCX. Well, with Oracle tomorrow. I mean, will it hold these gains? I mean, now we're up basically 11%. Oracle, the stock, with that billion, several $1 billion in the float. That's a massive move. Yes. Oh man, is it taking? It is taking it out now. The $2 level, RMSG. Yes. Look at this, guys. I mean, it's won 27 races today. That's why you got to keep an eye on it, no matter where it is. The RECT probably not as. I don't think it's good. I think it probably fell, yeah, just kind of. So they don't, just because a stock has won a lot of races doesn't absolutely mean it's going to be continue to be a rocket ship all day long. But boy, oh boy, RMSG. So look at this one, this BYRN. What a beautiful run it's had. I mean, it's hardly had any pullbacks at all. BYRN. It is above Friday's high. It was an earnings play on the 9th right here. Okay, not good. Friday it followed through on the way down, but look at this now, above the high on Friday, and maybe there's 826 is the next high. But remember, you got knocked down because of earnings. Couldn't have been very good, obviously. This one I see a lot. This KLAR just at the whole number now, guys. And what's the high looking left? Too close, 1420. If it had been more like 1471, this would be a really interesting one to take a look at. The problem with some of these later on in the day is they just sort of run out of steam. There's not the same excitement about them. But there's no question. I mean, KLAR, if it takes out 1421, 1470 is the next high. This is the other ETF for Oracle, ORCU, a little cheaper, not as much volume as the other one, the ORCX. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow, Sky Q. There's the close of Friday, so it's still a little bit above it. I mean, it's had a tremendous. I mean, it's gone from 19 down to 13. But there is the close on Friday. Let's see if it holds that, and maybe that'll act as support for tomorrow. Maybe. But there's a lot of profit taking happening right now. Look at the day here, though. I mean, it traded at 206 million, so it's only traded 19 million today. All right, guys. So yeah, so we're getting it. When is Alcoa? It must be. Is it this week? The answer is yes. This is this week. So yeah, so this is really the beginning of earnings season. So yeah, so Goldman Sachs had earnings today, and the rest of the big banks will be this week. And you get companies like Alcoa. These are the earnings plays I don't really care that much about. I like what I call the second and third tier ones, the ones that are not necessarily in the public eye, but they have their day in the sun every 3 months, either to the upside or to the downside. How did Micron do? Okay, so it did rally off the bottom here of 311. Wow. Yeah, that was a massive move. I know you guys were following it from, well, here was earnings. I think it was an all-time high up here. Then after that, it went from 471 down to 311. But I mean, that's not that long ago. It's about 2 weeks ago. 311, 417 now. Some of these moves, that's like a 25% move for a $300 to $400 stock, or a 33% move. It may have whipped around a lot today, but wow. I mean, if you just think, okay, that's it, Micron, that's your bottom. A billion in the float too. I mean, to move that much with a billion in the float in such a short period of time, on the way down and the way up. Well, I think it's not a trader. Yeah, it's certainly not an intraday trader. It's one of these ones where you think, okay, enough is enough. But was that enough? I mean, was that it? We don't know, of course. Some may have been waiting to see if they even tested down here, which is the low of last month. Oh, guys, SIDU just popped. SIDU just popped. Volume came in I have a price alert set here for some reason. Oh, it's that weekly high. If it takes that out in any, wow, 541 is the next high on the weekly chart. That is for SIDU. It just popped. You see the volume that came in? Ton of volume, 304,000 on that 2-minute alone. But more importantly, it's sort of standing out when you look at the previous I don't know, hour or so. And there it goes, guys. SIDU, SIDU. Another, of course, space play. Boy, taking out all this on the daily chart, of course, has done well. I don't know what's happened with this one because there's 66. It says that they have 66 million in the float. I would have thought they'd have way less than that based on the fact that this is reverse split adjusted. So they must have had, I don't know, billions because, that high right there, it never got to $840. This is reverse split adjusted and even more. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe that's the correct float. But we're getting our information from the website that we really think has the correct float for all these. Yeah, 66 million in the float from the dilution tracker website. So they must have had what, billions before? One for 100, but they must have had because to get a split adjusted, reverse split adjusted stock or price at $2,500. You multiply that by 100, you're not even close to this. So they must have done a lot of reverse splits. So when you say you can't grab the chart, so I don't know if you read what Pepe said. You have to be using Windows 11. I guess if you're using Windows, and again, you're talking about when you say grab the chart, you mean like moving up and down like that? I've never. Again, I didn't even know we had that. Well, it worked yesterday. Well, then I can't help you. I can't help you there. Are you using your Windows 11? Yeah, because Pepe said it doesn't work if you're using Windows 10, and you are in the and you are in the browser interface. You're using the browser interface. Well, I don't know. Again, I didn't even know it existed, but I'm left clicking on my mouse and now I'm just moving it down, up and down. Not as easy to move it up. Is this important? Is this important that you're able to do that? I'm not trying to discount it. I've never even thought about moving the chart like up and down like that. Oh, I see. Well, I'm sure Chris tried to help you, and but I have I'm certainly have no idea why it wouldn't be working. Maybe it's yeah, I have no idea. I think though you have to be on the beta. I think that's it though, Frito. You have to be on the beta, like the latest beta, and you say you were or are. So if you go back, I don't think it's available. There, so Pepe says you must be back. You must be on that beta. Okay. Is well, I don't know what that is. So let me I'm on a development version. So let me see what I have here. Help and about, but I'm on a looks like the same one. So you have to stay there. You have to stay there. Okay. Otherwise it's not going to work either. Why it's not working now, I'm sorry, I just don't know. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have put that homepage in. It's not so just as a question that's I'm going to throw out there. So anybody who obviously using Windows 11, okay, most probably have Windows 11 and and you have our charts and you click use browser interface, are you able to do what I'm doing? Moving the charts up and down. Free-to-Lay can't for some reason. I just want to know if it's widespread. I'm able to, but it doesn't help him. But I just want to know if it's widespread or if it's just something to do with your machine, which makes it a lot harder. I know Pepe says it's no problem with for him with as long as you're using Windows 11. All right, guys, it's 4 minutes to 2, so I'll probably be taking off very close to 2 unless there are questions, okay? If there are questions, I'll always hang around. My layout will still be, oops, I better get rid of that. My layout will still be visible until, well, I'm going to put 3:30, but it could be later if William keeps the room open to 3:45, okay? Do you get the hand at least? You do get the hand. When you left click on your mouse, do you get the hand? I mean, I'm not sure if that's universal, that's what you get when you left click on your mouse, but I've left click on my mouse and there's the hand. And that allows me to move it up and down. What do you get when you left click on your mouse in make you know, I'm as long as you've got the use browser interface checked. So what happens when you left click on your mouse? Do you get the hand or something? I guess that the crosshairs is what you'll normally like here on the non-browser charts, you get the mouse pointer. Here you what I get anyway in the browser interface in the browser charts, I get the crosshair. So what happens? Okay, you have the cross. Now when you left click on your mouse, does it change to a hand or something else when you left click on your mouse? Because unless it changes to something else, and then of course, So, I mean, that might be, I mean, I don't know if, but it does change then. It does change. And so when you keep, and so when you, yeah, okay, so it does change. Again, that's what I meant. I'm not sure it has to change to the hand. I don't, that might be just my Windows, how I said, okay, this is what I want my pointer to do. I know there's settings. And so with the mouse on your mouse, and you keep the left click, and you hold it down. I'm sure you know all this, but you're not releasing it. So I'm left clicking on my mouse. I'm keeping that held down. Oops. I don't know if it has to be a hand. I think it has to change though. It has to represent some kind of a change. Okay. Well, it's tough when I've asked if other people. Pepe says it's okay for him. It's okay as long he wasn't working for him earlier because he was using Windows 10, but on his Windows 11 laptop, it does work. I was trying to ask the question on mass. Anybody else? William. I don't know if you're using our charts, but you got to be using somebody who is using our charts and is using our browser interface charts. Yeah, it's not necessarily instantaneous. I suppose it depends on the speed of your computer. Of course, mine is so fast with thermal paste now. I'll bet I couldn't have done this without thermal paste. So, William, are you using our charts at all? Okay. Can you load one chart then? Just load one chart, okay? No, I know you're on Windows 11. So can you just load one chart for me? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're not talking. It doesn't matter what symbol. Oh, I see. No, just the physical chart. Doesn't matter what symbol. And then when you're on the chart, make sure and then right click on it and make sure you use browser interface is checked. Okay. Okay. Use browser. It doesn't matter the symbol. We're just trying to. But is use browser interface checked? Okay. Next step. Are you using a Windows 11 computer? You're using Windows 11? Ah, that won't help. Okay, somebody with a Windows 11 computer, because it won't work with Windows 10. Anybody with a Windows 11 computer, other than Frito-Lay or Pepe or me, I'm just want to see if this is widespread. Let me write that down. That technical term, Janky. Okay, I'm going to go to Investopedia right now. Okay, well, it doesn't appear anybody wants to answer to me. If they've got a Windows 11 computer, they're using our chart and with the browser interface, nobody wants to answer to me. So maybe nobody's listening, which is fine. It's getting towards the end for me too. So, well, I know you sent the log file. Chris said it was like a big file to have to go through. So regarding Brokers Plus. All right, guys. Well, I think that's it for me then. I'm going to let's see. For those of you who are on YouTube, and you want to come into the other room, which will be open until between 3:30. I'm sorry, not that. Forget that link, my homepage link. Okay, Corey, can you do me a favor? Okay. And do you have a chart? Do you have a trade ideas chart up and running by any chance? Okay. If you right click on the chart, is use browser interface checked? If it isn't checked, please check it. Okay. The other thing, you have to be on the latest beta. So when you click on help and about, what are you seeing? Do you see what version do you see? I'm pointing at 5.8.1.0. Okay, perfect. Okay, so go into your chart, left click on, now you see how I think the default is to have some kind of a crosshair in the chart, like I'm moving this around like a crosshair. When I left click on my chart, it's going to change. Left click. Yeah, left click on my mouse. See how it changes to a hand? Yours may change to something else, but it has to change to something else. Let me know if it did change to something else. From the crosshair to something else, be it a hand or, and that's just by left clicking on the mouse and holding it down. Okay, now keep it held down on your mouse. Now, when you move the hand down, is the chart are the candles moving down for you? And are they moving down? Yes. Is that yes meaning yes? Sorry. Okay. Well, thank you guys. There's got to be something going on your machine then, Frito-Lay. It is definitely not widespread. I didn't even know it existed, Corey. I've never didn't even know that. So it's got to be something on your machine, Frito-Lay. We've got a couple of. I haven't had anyone. Now, granted, it's a small sample size, but I haven't had anybody say no, it doesn't work for me. Which I know is frustrating. I get it if it was working yesterday or Friday for you and before. I get that it's frustrating, but hard to know why. Thank you, Corey and Jay Kuzma. Thank you very much for helping out. I might start using it. You're right, because sometimes I say, what is the top? Especially when I want to put a price alert. I know I usually go to my daily chart where I can see, of course, the top of any candle, but all right, guys. Well, I think that's it then for me. I will. Oh man, I've got a couple of. Give me a moment, please. I'm. Okay, for those of you on YouTube, here is the link. Okay, if you still want to interact with other traders until possibly all the way up to 3:45, but for sure to 3:30. It's only 2:08 right now. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is just for people who are on YouTube right now. If you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and you'll see the trading room. This room. Oh, I can answer you that, JJ. So this room is going to be open till 3:30 to 3:45. Okay, this is for people in YouTube. Okay, how to turn on the trade wave, a TI wave. We can't call it trade wave anymore. All right, so a few things. Hopefully, you're on a version of Trade Ideas that you're allowed to do it, but I'm going to assume you are. Okay. So the first thing, okay. Yes and yes, excellent. Okay, I'm going to go to this daily chart because I do not have it activated. I only use it for my intraday charts. You can use it on any time frame you want, but you know what? I'm going to stop my music. I've had enough of it. Okay, so I'm going to right click on my in my chart. Yeah, 15 doesn't matter. You can use it on any time frame. I just don't want it on my daily, weekly, monthly, but you can use it on any time frame. So the first thing is when you right click on your chart, okay, you have to have use browser interface checked. So if it's already checked, don't uncheck it, okay? But let me know, is it checked? See what happens when I check it? Okay, it's checked. Now, next step. One of two things has happened. Hopefully up here, if you can see what I'm pointing at, can you see the little anchor? To the left of it is the indicator icon. Can you see what I'm pointing at right there? That there's a little anchor, like there's a bell, then an anchor, then to the left of that, there's a little there's an indicator. Okay, perfect. Click on that, left click on it, and you see a little box pops up. One of the options is TI wave. If you click on that, your wave will appear on your chart. Let me know if that worked. And that's just a toggle on and off. Because if I go back and click on it, it'll take the wave off. And again, it doesn't matter what time frame you're using. So does that work? You just left click on the icon. I'm sorry. Did that Y mean yes? For yes, it worked. Okay, good. All right. So now you've got the wave on your chart. Now, if you want to know a lot more about it, okay, more than I could explain, it's all about SMA and EMA 5 and 12 crosses and all that. What I would do is this: if you haven't done this before, and remember, a change like that you've made, when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your layout. Okay, save it. Because if you make this change and you don't save your layout, it's not going to remember you did that. Now I'm going to uncheck it because I don't want it on my see, and when I see, so it's just a toggle on and off. But what I would do also is click on new if you haven't done this before, click on new from the toolbar, click on dock to channel bar, and then you see where it says Ripster Rippers, that channel right there. If you click on that, you're going to get a video that pops up somewhere. And it's going to launch, and you're going to hear a voice. And this is about a 5-minute explanation of what it's looking for and the whole idea behind it. Okay. And then these are some, I've never used them, but these are some scans based on it, but this is what it's all about right here. Okay. Okay, good. And it's doesn't cost anything. It's not an add-on or anything like that. All right, guys. So again, for those of you in YouTube, so you've got the put my homepage link in to scroll down to where you see the trading room, and then you can come into the room. And now, thanks for all the help all day long, guys. It's been an interesting day. Didn't start off so nicely, but certainly we rallied all day. And I'll put my announcement up here. Okay, so my layout will, and maybe later, it depends on William. He usually sticks around between 3:30 to 3:45. So that's completely up to him. But you'll see and so, you can see the races, you can see the stocks moving up and down. You can see the crawl here. These are all real-time alerts. So it's not like it'd be completely boring. Okay. Okay, guys, so I'm going to mute myself now. So Obi will open the room tomorrow, the main room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I'll get on the mic, both rooms. It depends on a couple things happening at home, but we'll say 9 o'clock. Could be later, though. Okay. Today was, I know I got on at 9, but I had to take off until 9:30. So I'll let you guys know what's going to happen tomorrow, though. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.